Chapter 1697. Too strong. Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wutian's physical bodies are too strong, comparable to high-grade ancestor beasts. Looking at the two who ignored defense and fought fiercely, everyone in the stands was shocked by their astonishing physical strength. Damn, how can Yi Qinfeng's physical body be so strong? Tian could not imagine that in just a few years, Yi Qinfeng had grown to a level that he could only look up to. This kind of abnormal cultivation, speed, left him in the dust. Amazing, Yi Qinfeng is stronger than a month ago. If Huang Wutian wants to defeat him, he will have to use all his trump cards. Tian Qingyun's eyes shone brightly. He was also shocked by the change in Yi Qinfeng's strength. Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wutian fought fiercely for more than an hour. Once again, Huang Wutian suppressed Yi Qinfeng's attacks. Although his attacks were suppressed, Yi Qinfeng did not slow down his attacks. In the fierce battle, Yi Qinfeng felt that the essence of the divine dragon bloodwood that he had forcibly refined into his Shinting meridian was constantly being refined and quickly fused into his Shinting meridian, accelerating the transformation of his physical body. If he could cultivate his battle physique to the great perfection realm, his battle strength would increase further, greatly increasing his chances of winning the championship. I'm going to smash your body. After regaining the overwhelming advantage, Huang Wutian's attacks did not slow down. He fiercely waved his halberd and continuously slashed at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to smash Yi Qinfeng's body into pieces. With your little strength, you're still far from enough. Although Huang Wutian's attacks were extremely terrifying, enough to smash mountains, Yi Qinfeng's body had been amplified by the Grand Mist bloodline and was comparable to a semi-transcending Heaven Saint artifact. It could completely withstand Huang Wutian's fierce attacks. Is that so? Murderous intent flashed in Huang Wutian's eyes. His entire body merged with the heavenly halberd, turning into a powerful halberd shadow. It cut open the space and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng with a force of 100 million pounds. Boom! Yi Qinfeng raised the demon's ceiling sword high up to block the attack from the halberd. However, the instantaneous burst of power from the halberd forced him back. The blood energy within his body roiled violently, and a stream of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. After injuring Yi Qinfeng with his halberd, Huang Wutian followed up with another attack. He swung his sky-piercer halberd as if he was swinging a mountain. He continued to shake Yi Qinfeng's body and aggravated his injuries. Under such a destructive attack, the injuries on Yi Qinfeng's body began to worsen. But the speed at which the divine Hall Meridian was fusing with the Emperor Dragon divine blood would continue to increase. When Huang Wutian unleashed his strongest power and smashed down with the sky-piercer halberd, sending Yi Qinfeng flying, his divine court meridian had completely fused with the power of the divine dragon divine bloodwood, transforming the profound orb into an even more powerful battle orb, reaching the great perfection of the battle physique. After reaching the great perfection of the battle physique, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength rose steadily, from 16 billion gene to 22 billion gene in an instant. His physical strength had even reached the level of a half-transcendent saint tool. After being amplified by the Grand Mist bloodline, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength once again surpassed Huang Wutian's. His physical defense was even comparable to a low-grade, transcendent saint tool. Boom! Yi Qinfeng flipped over and stood up. The power in his body surged into the demon's ceiling sword like a surging tide, activating 100 ancestral marks and colliding with Huang Wutian's sky-piercer halberd. Boom! 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 Huang Wutian only felt his body tremble. Yi Qinfeng's sudden burst of power forced him to retreat step by step. Muffled thunder resounded beneath his feet. How is this possible? How did his strength increase again? Feeling Yi Qinfeng's sudden increase in strength, Huang Wutian's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. While Huang Wutian was still in shock, Yi Qinfeng threw the demon's sealing sword with all his strength, piercing towards Huang Wutian like a hot knife through butter. True Spirit Dragon Wrestling Fist. When Huang Wutian brandished the Sky Piercer halberd to block the demon's sealing sword's attack with all his strength, for heaven-level Tao diagrams gushed out of Yi Qinfeng's body. He quickly deduced a powerful Tao and blasted out fist radiance that was enough to kill a true dragon towards Huang Wutian. After being attacked by Yi Qinfeng's True Spirit Dragon Wrestling Fist, Huang Wutian's physical defense began to crack. The terrifying Dragon Wrestling Fist erupted with shocking power, constantly breaking into his body and worsening his injuries. Xian Tian Divine Cannon. Being injured by Yi Qinfeng's True Spirit Dragon Wrestling Fist completely enraged Huang Wutian. He used the terrifying Xian Tian Divine Cannon, evolving a terrifying attack, and launched a fierce counterattack against Yi Qinfeng. Amazing! This Yi Qinfeng actually completed a breakthrough in such a life-and-death battle. It seems that Huang Wutian is in big trouble. Feeling that Yi Qinfeng's attack had increased by more than several times, many big shots from the Void God realm revealed shocked expressions. The almighty figures of the Imperial Heavenly Clan were even more worried for Huang Wutian. Cosmos Sword Formation Slash! While Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wutian were fighting fiercely, more than 200 supreme-grade, true spirit sacred swords broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body. Under his control, they turned into overlapping sword shadows and attacked Huang Wutian. When Huang Wutian brandished the Sky Piercer halberd and broke the Cosmos Sword Formation's attack in the most tyrannical manner, Yi Qinfeng suddenly accelerated the flow of time by 4 times and stabbed towards Huang Wutian. Qi. A deep sword mark appeared in the violently fluctuating space. The terrifying demon's sealing sword ruthlessly stabbed into Huang Wutian's chest. The terrifying sword force directly broke into his body and pierced a large hole in his chest. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. Huang Wutian is injured. Looking at the bleeding Huang Wutian's chest that was stabbed by Yi Qinfeng, Xia Wendi and the others were overjoyed. They loudly cheered for Yi Qinfeng. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Heavenly Punishment. His injury completely angered Huang Wutian. He deduced the Xian Tian Divine Cannon to the extreme and used the strongest move of the Xian Tian Divine Cannon. As the halberd slashed down, endless Tao intent and power gushed out of his body, turning into a heavenly punishment that could destroy heaven and earth. It shattered the void and blasted towards Yi Qinfeng. Infinite Primal Chaos. The towering Primal Chaos Divine tree appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. Yi Qinfeng stabbed out with his sword. The Primal Chaos Divine tree swayed violently, forming a large amount of primal chaos power that collided with Huang Wutian's heavenly punishment. Ka. The space of the arena couldn't withstand the collision of the 2 powerful forces and constantly collapsed. A bottomless black hole appeared in the center of the arena. Supreme divine ability. This Yi Qinfeng actually also mastered a powerful supreme divine ability. The Xian Tian Divine Cannon was the supreme divine ability of the Imperial Celestial Clan. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yi Qinfeng used the infinite primal chaos to resist the heavenly punishment of the Xian Tian Divine Cannon. It was enough to prove that the infinite primal chaos had also reached the level of supreme divine ability. However, what the crowd didn't know was that the reason why Yi Qinfeng's infinite primal chaos was so powerful was mainly because it had fused with the power of the primal chaos divine tree. Otherwise, the power of this attack wouldn't be so shocking. Cosmos Sword Formation / Relying on his powerful physical defense to withstand the destructive power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos Sword Formation to fuse together, turning it into a Cosmos Sword that slashed down fiercely. It attacked Huang Wutian fiercely and aggravated his injuries. When the destructive power of the space gradually dissipated, Huang Wuqian was struck by the cosmos sword. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the edge of the arena. Huang Wuqian, it's over. You've lost. Yi Qinfeng didn't give Huang Wuqian a chance to breathe. He launched a sure-kill attack, wanting to defeat him in one go. Chapter 1698. You want to defeat me? Try again in your next life. Huang Wuqian let out a loud roar and used his last trump card. He summoned a powerful doppelganger to block in front of him, blocking Yi Qinfeng's destructive sword. Boom! The invincible figure standing in front of Huang Wuqian shook its body slightly, using its indestructible body to block the attack of the demon's sealing sword. The moment Huang Wuqian used the invincible shadow to block the attack, he dodged to the side rather awkwardly and escaped the disaster. This is the primitive embryo of Tao. Yi Qinfeng had seen the original embryo of Tao of the spiritual fish, so he was quite familiar with it. Looking at the invincible figure summoned by Huang Wuqian, he immediately recognized that it was a terrifying original embryo of Tao. Its power was far beyond the original embryo of Tao of the spiritual fish. I didn't think that an ant like you would actually force me to use my final trump card. However, the outcome of this match has already been decided. You don't have a chance anymore, Huang Wuqian said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Yi Qinfeng. Is that so? I don't think so. Although the primitive embryo of Tao in front of him was very frightening, and its strength was comparable to that of a 3-star heavenly god, Yi Qinfeng's face did not reveal a trace of panic. Primitive embryo of Tao, kill him! Huang Wuqian spat out a mouthful of blood and merged it with the primitive embryo of Tao. He activated the power of the primitive embryo of Tao and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Boom! The primitive embryo of Tao punched out, and its terrifying power exploded the air, which posed a great threat to Yi Qinfeng. 100 layers of space restriction. Yi Qinfeng did not take the primitive embryo of Tao's attack head-on. Instead, he mobilized the power of space and formed layers of space restriction in front of him to resist the primitive embryo of Tao's attack. When the primitive embryo of Tao punched through the layers of space, Yi Qinfeng took sword steps and appeared in front of Huang Wuqian, who was severely injured. He created tens of thousands of sword shadows and launched a fierce attack at Huang Wuqian. Xian Tian, divine scripture, divine punishment. Huang Wuqian spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to attack Yi Qinfeng with the strongest attack of the Xian Tian divine scripture. Godless sword. When Huang Wuqian launched the heavenly punishment, Yi Qinfeng had deduced the 4 heaven-level Tao diagrams to the extreme, as if they had fused into the god-slaying sword. The sword pierced forward, swallowing all the light around the arena. The terrifying sword light seemed to pierce through the sky, slashing apart Huang Wuqian's heavenly punishment and stabbing towards his chest, forcing him to constantly use his defensive trump card to defend himself. Qi, qi, qi. Yi Qinfeng had deduced the sword principle to the extreme. The power of the godless sword was too terrifying. Huang Wuqian's defensive trump cards continued to shatter. While Huang Wuqian was dodging with all his might, the remaining power of the black sword light still tore through his body defense like a hot knife through butter, leaving a deep sword mark on his body. A large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably, dyeing the battle arena red. Boom! 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 When Yi Qinfeng was preparing to follow up with another attack and attack Huang Wuqian with all his might, the primitive Tao embryo closed in on Yi Qinfeng and blasted out a space-shattering fist light, forcing Yi Qinfeng to use his sword steps to dodge with all his might. Celestial Demon, Overlord Body, Peerless Strike. When Yi Qinfeng was forced back by the primitive Tao embryo, Huang Wuqian ignored his injuries and activated the power of the Celestial Demon, Overlord Body, slashing towards Yi Qinfeng with his halberd. As the halberd slashed down, the space distorted. The terrifying halberd shadow completely locked onto Yi Qinfeng, forcing him to defend with all his might. Boom! Facing the halberd's shadow, Yi Qinfeng's body trembled and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. As he retreated, the primitive Tao embryo attacked again with a shocking momentum. 100 spatial restrictions. The primitive Tao embryo's attack power was too terrifying. Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to be hit by it, and once again formed 100 spatial restrictions to defend against the primitive Tao embryo's fist light. Big brother, do you think Huang Wutian still has a chance? Although Huang Wutian's attack with the primitive embryo of Tao was very powerful, Yi Qinfeng's face didn't reveal a trace of panic. Tian Wufa frowned as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was handling the attack with ease. Difficult. Tian Qingyun shook his head and said, I don't think Huang Wutian's chances of winning are high. How did Yi Qinfeng's strength increase so quickly? In just a few years, he's grown to such a level. At this rate, he'll definitely become a huge problem for our celestial race. Tian Wufa couldn't accept this fact and said angrily, Don't worry, this Yi Qinfeng won't be able to grow. Tian Qingyun knew Tian Wufa's secret and said with a strange smile, just as Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wutian's battle reached its climax, Huang Wutian spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood essence, which turned into a blood curse. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Blood Curse Technique, Trap. Huang Wutian's hands moved quickly, and the blood curse technique grew bigger and bigger, turning into a bloody prison that trapped Yi Qinfeng inside. In the next moment, the primitive Tao embryo blasted out a series of terrifying fist lights into the bloody prison, bombarding Yi Qinfeng's body. Trapped in the bloody prison, Yi Qinfeng couldn't dodge and could only use the demon sealing sword to defend himself. However, the primitive Tao embryo's attack power was too shocking, far surpassing Huang Wutian's. After being hit by the successive fist lights, even Yi Qinfeng's defense couldn't withstand it, and he spat out a large amount of blood. Go to hell! After Yi Qinfeng was injured by the primitive Tao embryo, Huang Wutian ignored his injuries and once again derived the Xian Tian Divine Cannon. He transformed into a terrifying sky punishment and launched a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng, wanting to injure him in one go and complete the counterattack. The way of equipment manipulation, godless sword. At this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng used the ultimate attack that he had never used before. He instantly activated the most powerful attack of the demon sealing sword. With one sword attack, he cut open the blood-red light prison that trapped him and shattered the fist light that came from the primitive embryo of Tao. With another sword attack, he sent the indestructible primitive embryo of Tao flying and faced the sky punishment incarnation of Huang Wutian. No, how did his attack power suddenly increase? In an instant, Huang Wutian felt that Yi Qinfeng's attack power had soared by dozens of times. Huang Wutian revealed a terrified expression. His incarnation of heavenly punishment was broken apart by the godless sword, which seized the brilliance of heaven and earth. He was also sent flying. If it weren't for his defensive trump cards and strong physical body, this sword would have been enough to split open his body and kill him. Bang! Huang Wutian, who was spurting blood, fell heavily to the ground and almost lost the ability to continue fighting. Stop! Huang Wutian admits defeat. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to use his killer move to end Huang Wutian's life, a furious Imperial Sky Clan powerhouse stood up and shouted loudly. At this moment, the white-haired old man with unfathomable strength passed through layers of restrictions and appeared in front of Huang Wutian, helping him resolve Yi Qinfeng's killer move and saving his life. Huang Wutian has already lost. You don't have to kill him. The white-haired old man's deep eyes shot out rays of cold light as he stared at Yi Qinfeng and said coldly, "Humph, he's just a coward. Killing him will only dirty my sword." Yi Qinfeng met the white-haired old man's cold eyes and left a sentence, then turned and flew out of the arena. Uft! Hearing the humiliating words left behind by Yi Qinfeng before he left, the proud and arrogant Huang Wuqian directly vomited blood. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 1699. After defeating Huang Wuqian in a tyrannical manner and entering the final round, Yi Qinfeng didn't stay in the 100 battles holy battlefield for long. Under the shocked, surprised, and cold gazes of many people, he left with Xia Wendi, Zhan Wudi, and the others, preparing for the finals in a month. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to defeat Huang Wuqian and enter the finals. Yi Qinfeng and the rest had just returned. Yu Yeming, Ling Yusin, and the rest had also returned to the lakeside house. However, Tian Qingyun is a terrifying person. I have a feeling that he was still holding back when he defeated me. If Brother Yi wants to defeat him in the finals, I'm afraid you'll have to increase your strength. Yes, Tian Qingyun's foundation is indeed terrifying. However, I'll do my best to defeat him. Yi Qinfeng nodded. I hope Brother Yi can have the last laugh and break the legend of the sky race dominating the 100 battles tournament. Yu Yeming said, Brother Yi, from what I saw in your battle with Huang Wuqian, your sword soul is about to transform into a saint-level sword soul. Ling Yusin added, Yes, my sword soul is about to transform into a saint-level sword soul. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, However, to complete the final transformation, I'm afraid it'll take some time. I have a way to transform Brother Ye's sword soul into a saint-level sword soul in a short period of time. Ling Yusin smiled enchantingly as she looked at Xia Wendi, who was even more beautiful than a fairy. What is it? Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. If his sword soul could transform into a saint-level sword soul, his attack power would increase by dozens of times, greatly increasing his chances of defeating Tian Qingyun. I have a holy sword grass here. I can give it to Brother Yi. With a thought, Ling Yusin took out a sword grass that contained holy will and said, However, this sword grass alone is not enough to allow Brother Ye's sword soul to transform in such a short time. The real opportunity to transform lies with Miss Xia. You're talking about Mozi's born Taoism body. Yi Qinfeng immediately understood what Ling Yusin meant. That's right. Miss Xia's born Taoism aptitude is already strong enough. If Brother Yi were to consume the holy sword grass and nourish it with her born Taoism aptitude, he should be able to transform his sword spirit into a saint in a short time. Ling Yusin nodded and said. Hearing Ling Yusin's idea, Xia Wendi's face immediately flushed red, and a trace of expectation appeared in her heart. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Brother Yi, you can stay in the lakeside building and prepare for the finals. No one will disturb you here. After that, Ling Yusin gave the precious holy sword grass to Yi Qinfeng and left with Yu Yeming. Yu Yiming and Xia Wenyi had just left when Yi Qinfeng brought Xia Wenyi back to the universe realm. Qinfeng, I'll help you transform your sword soul. Without waiting for Yi Qinfeng to open his mouth, Xia Wendi, with her beautiful face and watery eyes, opened her mouth. Her coquettish voice caused one's imagination to run wild. You don't regret it? Yi Qinfeng looked at Xia Wendi's mesmerizing face and asked softly. Xia Wendi nodded and said without hesitation, Of course. You're the person I like. I'm willing to give everything I have to you without holding back. Xia Wendi's words touched the softest spot in Yi Qinfeng's heart. He gently hugged Xia Wendi in his arms, silently feeling her softness and her passion. Soon, the two tightly hugged each other and kissed passionately, and the clothes on their bodies became less and less. At this time, a large amount of spirit fog was attracted and rolled over, instantly enveloping the two, who were naked and entangled with each other like spirit snakes. When Xia Wendi, with a dazed expression and crimson body, fell on the white bed formed by the spirit fog, Yi Qinfeng consumed the precious holy sword grass. Moan! Xia Wendi's rosy lips let out a soft moan that made others feel numb. The two of them intimately fused together, writing a chapter of love in this fairyland of clouds and mist. Xia Wendy had refined the spirit source, Tao insight fruit, and other treasures, and her innate Taoist physique had long become incomparably powerful. Under the nourishment of the innate Taoist physique, Yi Qinfeng's comprehension of Tao grew deeper and deeper, and the holy sword grass quickly melted as the two joined, madly merging into the sword soul, accelerating its transformation. Yi Ming, what's Brother Ye's origin? Ling Yusin personally brewed a cup of top-grade spirit tea for Yu Yiming and asked softly. She was curious about Yi Qinfeng's identity. Yu Yiming shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm also curious about Brother Ye's identity, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Brother, Yi shouldn't be from the Void God realm." "You're so sure?" Ling Yusin asked. "Yes, it's a feeling." Yu Yiming nodded and said, "Also, I feel that Brother Yi is someone worth befriending. In the future, he might be able to help me." "I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of him." Ling Yusin smiled slightly, pursed her lips, and sipped a small mouthful of tea, and said, "Then make a guess. Between Brother Yi and Tian Qingyan, who will have the last laugh and become the champion?" "This." Yu Yiming pondered for a while and said, "Although I really want Brother Yi to become the champion, I feel that with his strength and foundation, his chances of becoming the champion are at most 30%. 30% is already very high." Ling Yusin said, "You have to know that you used the 3 lives Youngling Stone and still lost to Tian Qingyan. If Brother Yi wants to turn the tide, his foundation must surpass the 3 lives Youngling Stone. Let's wait patiently. Maybe Brother Yi will give us a huge surprise." Yu Yiming drank the tea in his cup and couldn't help but think of Yi Qinfeng's invincible figure. For some reason, when he thought of the scene where Yi Qinfeng defeated Huang Wutian, Yu Yiming saw a vaguely familiar figure in Yi Qinfeng. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were happily entangled in the 4th level of the universe realm. Under the nourishment of the born Taoism aptitude, the will in Yi Qinfeng's body became even stronger, and the sword spirit had completely merged with the holy sword grass, speeding up the final transformation. Rays of red light shone out of the sword spirit, and the power of the sword spirit increased exponentially. Grasping the opportunity of the sword spirit's transformation, Yi Qinfeng gently placed Xia Wendy, who had fallen into a deep sleep, on the soft bed made of spirit fog. Then he walked to the front of the void Tao steel and removed all distracting thoughts. While comprehending the void Tao steel, he accelerated the transformation of the sword spirit. Buzz! Buzz! After an unknown amount of time, the sword spirit, which was floating above Yi Qinfeng's head and bathed in the light of the will of the Tao, suddenly shone with boundless red light, dyeing the entire space red. Success! The moment the sword spirit transformed from a heaven sword spirit to a saint sword spirit, Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from his cultivation. Although the sword spirit had just transformed into a saint sword spirit, its power had reached the level of a high-grade, transcendent saint artifact, becoming Yi Qinfeng's other trump card. The first place of the 100 battles martial competition is mine. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes revealed an unparalleled confidence. If not me, then who? Chapter 1700. Phew, it's finally the day of the finals. Not long after transforming into a holy sword spirit, a month had passed in the outside world. Xia Wendy's face was tender and beautiful. She gently helped Yi Qinfeng put on his clothes. 8th high school, Wenwang, is almost equal to, less than or equal to. Qinfeng, do your best. No matter the outcome, you have to take care of yourself. Don't try to be brave. Yi Qinfeng gently kissed Xia Wendy's forehead and said gently, "Don't worry. Although Tian Qingyan is strong, he is not invincible. Let's go." After speaking, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy left the universe realm and met up with Yu Yiming, Ling Yusin, and the rest. They rode on the divine horse chariots and headed towards the 100 Battles sacred battlefield. Just as they arrived outside the sacred battlefield, Yi Qinfeng coincidentally met Tian Qinyan. Looking at their opponent today, sparks flew from their eyes. The atmosphere instantly became tense. "I'm looking forward to fighting with you today." A faint smile suddenly appeared on Tian Qinyan's face. His calm voice was filled with incomparable confidence. "Me too." Yi Qinfeng smiled. "You will lose without a doubt." After speaking, Yi Qinfeng ignored Tian Qinyan's slightly gloomy face and went to the skyscraping stands with Yu Yeming and the rest. They waited in silence for the competition to begin. Yi Qinfeng could consecutively defeat Mo Chen and Huang Wuqian to enter the finals. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and Yi Qinfeng's rumors were flying everywhere. Some said that he came from the Void God world and was the child of a Void God world expert. Others said that he inherited the legacy of a Void God world expert. There were even some who said that he was the son of a dragon and that his dragon force was invincible. Yi Qinfeng turned a deaf ear to everyone's attention. He silently sat on the stands and circulated the soul-devouring art to adjust his condition. "Brother Yi, I just received news that Tian Qinyan still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet." As Yi Qinfeng was adjusting his condition, Yu Yeming's voice entered his ears. "What trump card?" Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. He opened his eyes and asked through voice transmission. "An ancestral rhyme talisman. Once activated, it can instantly raise Tian Qinyan's strength to the level of a 4-star heavenly deity." Yu Yiming informed Huang Xiaolong. 4-star heavenly deity. Yi Qinfeng's brows furrowed when he found out about Tian Qinyan's final trump card. He didn't expect that Tian Qinyan not only had the ancient scroll inscribed with the ancestral rhyme ancient runes, but also the ancestral rhyme talisman. He couldn't help but feel a little troubled. "Brother Yi, if you force out Tian Qinyan's trump card, it's best if you immediately admit defeat. With my understanding of the celestial race, they might want to kill you and use this opportunity to kill you." Yu Yeming solemnly transmitted. "Thank you for telling me. I'll be careful." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes again, silently adjusting his breathing and adjusting his body's condition. Roughly half an hour later, the white-haired old man appeared in the air. His sharp eyes swept over Yi Qinfeng and Tian Qinyan. He loudly announced, "I hereby announce the start of the final round of the 100 battle competition. Qinfeng, no matter the outcome, you must return safely." Xiao Wendy tightly grasped Yi Qinfeng's large hand, slightly worried as she exhorted. "Don't worry, he will lose without a doubt." Yi Qinfeng slowly stood up. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, incomparably sharp. So, Yi Qinfeng's body moved, cutting through space at an astonishing speed, landing on the battle stage at almost the same time as Tian Qinyan. Standing on the battle stage, Yi Qinfeng and Tian Qinyan didn't speak, but their expressions were surprisingly the same. That was calmness, an extraordinary calmness that made it impossible for others to guess what was going on in their hearts. But the aura on their bodies was getting stronger and stronger. When the two powerful forces came into contact with each other, sparks flew out and blossomed in the air. "Are you ready? The final round begins." Following the white-haired old man's command, Yi Qinfeng and Tian Qinyan's aura suddenly became fiercely repelling each other in the air, forming a powerful whirlwind. Grand Mist Bloodline Ignite. Yi Qinfeng's strength and cultivation were far inferior to Tian Qinyan's. Thus, he ignited his Grand Mist Bloodline the moment he entered the battle stage, increasing his strength to infinitely close the gap between him and Tian Qinyan. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng fiercely took a step forward. Over 60 billion gene of strength erupted from his body, directly dispersing Tian Qinyan's aura as he punched out. Pung pung pung. A punch blasted out, causing the space to tremble. The terrifying fist light caused the entire space to tremble violently. The terrifying fist light left a long trail of light behind it, bringing along an incomparable pressure as it blasted towards Tian Qingyun. Just as Yi Qinfeng's fist light was about to land on Tian Qingyun's chest, a sharp spear light broke out from his body, twisting the space and piercing through the fist light, breaking Yi Qinfeng's probing attack. After a head-on collision, the two moved at the same time, transforming into two illusory figures that clashed together. And at the moment of collision, the two of them attacked each other fiercely at the same time, attacking each other's body. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength was inferior to Tian Qingyun's, his strength was enough to suppress a deity expert. In the intense battle, not only did Yi Qinfeng not fall into a disadvantage, he even held the absolute advantage, restraining Tian Qingyun's attacks. 8 Vicious War Spear. Facing Yi Qinfeng's overwhelming strength, Tian Qingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a thought, he summoned the 8 Vicious War Spear and stabbed it towards Yi Qinfeng. As the spear stabbed over, a deep spear mark instantly appeared in the space. The terrifying spear intent pierced through several miles, directly piercing Yi Qinfeng's chest. And, after the spear pierced through Yi Qinfeng, Tian Qingyun was not happy but shocked instead. His body flashed as he decisively wanted to dodge. But the moment he dodged, Yi Qinfeng's afterimage appeared beside him. Endless red light poured out of his sea of soul as his saint-level sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul, intertwined with terrifying will of the great path, and slashed at Tian Qingyun at close range. Pung! Caught off guard, Tian Qingyun used all his strength to defend with the 8 Vicious War Spear. But the Saint Sword Spirit's power was too terrifying. The terrifying sword intent passed through the spear and into his arm, causing a severe numbness to appear in his arm. His body kept retreating. Heavens, a Saint Sword Spirit. In just a month, Yi Qinfeng's sword spirit has reached the Saint Realm. How did this guy do it? Monster. This Yi Qinfeng is definitely a monster. This cultivation speed is unheard of. Witnessing Yi Qinfeng summon a Saint Sword Spirit and slash Tian Qingyun back, everyone present was stunned. They could not believe what they had just seen. Saint Sword Spirit, I have underestimated you. Although Yi Qinfeng's Saint Sword Spirit had just formed, its power was comparable to a high-grade, transcendent saint weapon. It brought great trouble to Tian Qingyun, causing his face to turn gloomy. Strength unseal. Feeling the threat of the Saint Sword Spirit, Tian Qingyun did not dare to be careless. He decisively unsealed the strength in his body and raised his strength to the peak of a 2-star heaven god. While Tian Qingyun's strength was rising steadily, Yi Qinfeng merged with the Divine Blood Pearl and Chaos Essence Pearl, burned 2 true spirit sacred flames, and raised his strength to the peak of a 2-star Tao god. In the next moment, the two of them moved at the same time. They used all their skills to fight fiercely. Chapter 1701. Heavenly Wheel slash! Tian Qingyun's mind moved, and the Heavenly Wheel, a mid-grade transcendent saint artifact, slashed down from the void. The terrifying will contained unparalleled destructive power as it slashed towards Yi Qinfeng's head. 80. Chinese. Cosmos Sword Array. At this moment, more than 200 supreme-grade, true spirit saint swords flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body, forming a profound sword diagram above his head. When the Cosmos Sword formation merged with the saint-level sword soul, its power skyrocketed, blocking the heavenly wheel that was descending with the light of the Tao. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng's hands moved quickly, and the Cosmos Sword Array continued to produce powerful attacks, sweeping through everything as it attacked Tian Qingyun. Sword light swept out in all directions, wreaking havoc on the entire battle stage. Yi Qinfeng, who was in the center of the Cosmos Sword Array, was like the master of heaven and earth, possessing the power to kill in this space. Under Yi Qinfeng's control of the Cosmos Sword Array, Tian Qingyun's attacks were forcefully suppressed. Streaks of Cosmos swords filled with the power of the saint-level sword spirit continued to shatter Tian Qingyun's attacks. God-Demon World Annihilation Spear. Being forced back by the Cosmos Sword Array, Tian Qingyun suppressed his surging blood and qi. His entire body merged with the 8 malevolent war spear, thrusting forward with an unstoppable momentum, shattering all the top-rank true spirit saint swords and thrusting towards Yi Qinfeng's chest. Cosmos Strike. Tian Qingyun stabbed forward, and Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Cosmos swords to fuse together. Fusing with the saint-level sword spirit, they released a blinding red light as they slashed at the God-Demon World Annihilation Spear. The terrifying sword might once again sent Tian Qingyun flying. Heavens, Tian Qingyun's attacks were actually suppressed by Yi Qinfeng. Is a saint-level sword spirit really so terrifying? Nonsense. If a saint-level sword spirit is completed, its power is comparable to an ancestral artifact. Do you think it's powerful or not? However, Tian Qingyun has grasped the ancestral runes, so it won't be easy for Yi Qinfeng to defeat him. Seeing that Tian Qingyun's attacks were constantly being suppressed and that he was in a perilous situation, the sky-like spectator stands were filled with discussions. No matter whether Yi Qinfeng would have the last laugh or not, he would become the focus of discussion on the alien battlefield and the target of many people. Celestial Demon Form, Sky-Breaking Strike. Just as he was about to reach the edge of the stage, Tian Qingyun ignited his powerful bloodline and transformed into his strongest god-devil body. With a thrust of his spear, large cracks appeared in the space in front of him. The spear light that pierced through the void was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. It knocked away the Qiankuan sword and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng's chest. 100 layers of space. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to be pierced by the sky-crushing strike, hundreds of restrictions appeared in front of him, blocking the sky-crushing strike. When the layers of restrictions were pierced by Tian Qingyun's spear, Yi Qinfeng had already dodged to the side and summoned the 9-layered black pagoda to suppress him. Celestial Demon Heavenly Fist. As the 9-layered black pagoda continued to grow in size, Tian Qingyun blasted out a powerful celestial demon, Heavenly Fist. The terrifying fist light bombarded the 9-layered black pagoda, causing it to tremble violently and unable to be suppressed. Seizing the opportunity, when Tian Qingyun attacked the 9-layered black pagoda, Yi Qinfeng used the sword steps and suddenly increased his speed by 10 times, appearing in front of him. Sky Wheel Break. A powerful dowel of the heavens flew out of Tian Qingyun's body and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng at close range. Chaos Divine Wood. In the final battle, Yi Qinfeng no longer held back. With a thought, he summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and controlled it to swing its 5-colored treetop, knocking away the sky wheel. Godless Sword. Following that, Yi Qinfeng's entire body fused with the demon's sealing sword and stimulated the power of 100 ancestral marks. A sword that could shock immortals and steal the brilliance of heaven and earth pierced towards Tian Qingyun's body. Tian Qingyun didn't expect the Chaos Divine Wood's power to be so terrifying. A light whip was enough to knock away the sky wheel. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge the godless sword and could only use one defensive trump card after another to defend. However, the godless sword that had been deduced to the extreme and fused with over 60 billion gene of power was too terrifying. Tian Qingyun's defensive trump cards were shattered one after another, and the demon's sealing sword pierced into his chest like a hot knife through butter. And what is this? After stabbing into Tian Qingyun's chest, Yi Qinfeng realized that the demon's sealing sword couldn't pierce into his chest at all. A smooth, mirror-like beast bone appeared on his chest and blocked the godless sword's attack. PFFF, PFFF. although Tian Qingyan used the mysterious beast bone to block the godless sword's fatal attack. The powerful aftershock still penetrated his body, causing him to vomit blood and retreat step by step. 5-colored divine wood. Could this be the legendary Chaos Divine Wood? What is Yi Qinfeng's background? Why is the Chaos Divine Wood living in his body? Seeing Yi Qinfeng summon the primal Chaos Divine Wood that struck the flying wheel, many of the major characters from the faux god realm revealed expressions of deep shock. There were even some who revealed expressions of greed, wanting to take the primal Chaos Divine Wood, one of the 3 great divine trees, for themselves. Cosmos Sword Array / After injuring Tian Qingyan with 1 sword strike, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos Sword Array to turn into a rain of swords that continuously slashed down from the sky. The concentrated attacks worsened Tian Qingyan's injuries. Celestial demon form, void of heaven and earth. With his injuries worsening, Tian Qingyan had no choice but to use the strongest move of the celestial demon form. With a thrust of his spear, the space in front of him constantly cracked. The terrifying power caused the space in the arena to collapse, turning it into a vacuum. Infinite primal chaos. Looking at the collapsing space, the Chaos Divine would continue to expand, releasing an endless amount of primal chaos energy into the demon's sealing sword. The infinite primal chaos energy shot out. Boom! The 2 powerful forces collided, accelerating the rate at which space collapsed. At the center of the collision, a terrifying black hole appeared, shaking the many layers of defensive barriers and shattering them one after another. Peerless divine ability. Both Yi Qinfeng and Tian Qingyan's techniques have reached the level of peerless divine ability. More or less. With their strength, to be able to destroy space to such an extent, they must have grasped a supreme divine ability. What is Yi Qinfeng's background? Why haven't I heard of him before? It's hard to say Yi Qinfeng's identity, but he has exposed so many tempting treasures. It won't be easy for him to leave the 100 Battles star field alive. Just as everyone was discussing this fierce battle and discussing Yi Qinfeng's identity, Yi Qinfeng relied on his powerful defense to cross the collapsing space and approach Tian Qingyan, whose expression changed slightly. True Dragon Transformation. Yi Qinfeng evolved his Tao intent to the extreme, turning into a fearless blood dragon in the chaotic space. It let out a terrifying dragon roar, attacking Tian Qingyan's soul with a fatal attack. Black Goldenrock Block. Tian Qingyan, who was about to retreat to the edge of the arena, did not dare to face Yi Qinfeng's True Dragon Transformation head-on. He summoned the Black Golden Feather and transformed it into the Black Golden Rock to block the True Dragon Transformation's attack. He took advantage of the moment when the Black Golden Rock blocked the attack and dodged to the side. The Black Golden Feather was severely damaged in the battle with Yu Yeming. With Tian Qingyan's strength, it was impossible for him to recover. Now that it was attacked by Yi Qinfeng's blood dragon, it was even more damaged, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the Black Golden Rock. Primal Chaos Divine Wood Break. When the Black Golden Rock was facing Yi Qinfeng's True Dragon Transformation head-on, the Primal Chaos Divine would descended from the void, swaying its treetop, releasing the Primal Chaos Divine Wood that ruthlessly lashed at the Black Golden Rock. The terrifying Primal Chaos Divine Wood directly shattered the cracked Black Golden Rock, breaking one of Tian Qingyan's trump cards. Tian Qingyan, don't hold back anymore. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. After breaking Tian Qingyan's trump card and severely injuring him, Yi Qinfeng revealed his tyrannical side and proudly roared. Chapter 1702. Good. Yi Qinfeng, I didn't expect you to force me into such a situation. All right, since you want to see my ultimate trump card, I'll fulfill your wish. Tian Qingyun said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Yi Qinfeng with his blood-red eyes. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to be suppressed by Yi Qinfeng. With a thought, he activated his greatest secret. A light talisman covered in mysterious ancestral runes appeared on his forehead. When Tian Qingyun activated a drop of essence blood and fused it with the light talisman on his forehead, a powerful ancestral aura gushed out from the light talisman and poured into his body, instantly raising his strength to the 4-star heavenly god realm. Yi Qinfeng, the competition can end now. In the divine realm, the gap between each level was huge. After fusing with the ancestral symbol, Tian Qingyun not only suppressed his injuries, but also his declining confidence. He was completely confident that with his strength as a 4-star heavenly god, he could easily crush Yi Qinfeng. Ancestral symbol, Tian Qingyun indeed has a trump card that can reverse the situation. Looking at the ancestral symbol that appeared on Tian Qingyun's forehead, Yu Yeming's face instantly darkened. He was secretly worried for Yi Qinfeng. Sai, in terms of foundation, we still can't compare to the Divine Sky Clan. I didn't expect the Divine Sky Clan to give Tian Qingyun an invaluable ancestral symbol in order to let him take first place. Looks like Brother Ye's chances of winning aren't high. Ling Yusin sighed softly. Not necessarily. I think, brother, Yi still has a chance of winning. Yu Yeming looked at the calm Yi Qinfeng and shook his head. Why? You think, brother, Yi still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet? Ling Yusin asked. Look at brother Yi. He doesn't show a trace of panic. This means that everything is still under his control. Yu Yeming said slowly. Perhaps the competition will be even more exciting. 4-star heavenly god. So this is your true trump card. Although Yi Qinfeng had used all his trump cards, there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Tian Qingyun. However, Yi Qinfeng didn't show a trace of panic on his face. Dai. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's sullen face, Tian Qingyun felt an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. Without any hesitation, he stabbed the 8 vicious spear at Yi Qinfeng. Chaos Divine would break. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the primal Chaos Divine wood to meet the attack. The swaying 5-colored tree crown and the black spear light that tore through space clashed fiercely in midair. Let's see how much money this treasure of yours can withstand. Tian Qingyun's spear attack was blocked by the primal Chaos Divine wood. Tian Qingyun's entire body spun as he pierced out spear lights to attack the primal Chaos Divine wood. Relying on his incomparable strength, he was able to suppress the primal Chaos Divine wood's attack. Under Tian Qingyun's all-out attacks, the Chaos Divine wood was forced back again and again. At this time, the Cosmos Sword Array, fused with the Saint-level sword Spirit, slashed down from the void, aiming for Tian Qingyun's head. Celestial Demon Heavenly Fist. Tian Qingyun blasted out a punch. The terrifying fist light shattered everything as it blocked the Cosmos Sword Array's attack. Following that, he displayed the Divine Sky Race's mystique and continuously unleashed earth-shattering attacks. While repelling the primal Chaos Divine wood, he forced Yi Qinfeng to retreat again and again. Amazing! Tian Qingyun has used his final trump card. The explosive attack is indeed terrifying. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was unable to withstand Tian Qingyun's attacks and was constantly dodging with his sword steps, many people felt that Yi Qinfeng's momentum was over. The Divine Sky Race's almighty figures also felt that the stone hanging in their hearts had fallen to the ground. In their view, the 4-star heavenly god realm Tian Qingyun was already in an invincible position. In addition, he also had an ancestral rune. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Qinfeng was, it was impossible for him to turn the tide. Celestial Demon's celestial form, sky-breaking strike. Tian Qingyun roared. A terrifying spear light swept through the space of 1 mile. Like a violent spatial current, it bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Ka ka ka. Amidst a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds, Yi Qinfeng's 100 layers seal shattered. The terrifying heaven-breaking strike swept through Yi Qinfeng, crazily destroying his body. It's over, the finals are over. Seeing Yi Qinfeng annihilate the heaven-breaking strike, almost everyone felt that Yi Qinfeng was powerless to reverse the situation. Even Yu Yeming, Ling Yusin, and the others felt that Yi Qinfeng's chances of winning were not high. Suddenly, an endless red light shone in the chaotic space. The saint-level sword Soul slashed out at its limit, forcibly tearing apart the spatial current. Yi Qinfeng relied on his powerful defense and the primal chaos divine would to resist Tian Qingyun's heaven-breaking strike. Not bad, not bad. You really surprise me more and more. However, the outcome of this battle has been decided. You are destined to be the loser. Looking at the primal chaos divine wood floating above his head and the wounded Yi Qinfeng, Tian Qingyun revealed a ferocious expression. Holding the 8 malevolent war spear in his hand, he continued to attack Yi Qinfeng, not giving him a chance to breathe. You want to defeat me? In your next life. Life spirit technique. At this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng used his last resort. In an instant, he burned 10,000 years of his lifespan, forcibly raising his strength to the pinnacle of a 3-star Tao god. His strength was infinitely close to Tian Qingyun's. With the increase in strength, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength also increased, completely making up for the difference in strength. It could be said that the current Yi Qinfeng was no weaker than Tian Qingyun. This is the spirit tribe's life, spirit sacred art. Feeling the surging life force and the rapid increase in strength in Yi Qinfeng's body, Tian Qingyun raised his eyebrows, revealing a surprised expression. He was surprised that Yi Qinfeng actually knew the spirit tribe's life, spirit sacred art. Tian Qingyun, do you still dare to say that you can win against me? With the increase in strength, Yi Qinfeng revealed a domineering smile and said arrogantly, I said, no matter how powerful you are, it is useless. You will lose without a doubt. Tian Qingyun did not expect Yi Qinfeng to have so many secrets. With a thought, he activated his strongest killing weapon, the ancestral pattern carved with ancestral rhyme and ancestral pattern, preparing to end this battle in one strike. Go to hell! Tian Qingyun spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence into the ancestral pattern, activating the ancestral pattern and launching the most fatal attack at Yi Qinfeng. It is not certain who will die yet. Mo Ling, wake up. Equipment controlling Tao. The black, dragon-like ancestral pattern carried a shocking ancestral rhythm and attacked. Yi Qinfeng awakened the Mo Ling and activated the equipment controlling Tao, instantly activating the strongest attack of the demon's sealing sword. He poured all the Tao energy in his body into the demon's sealing sword and slashed forward. Boom! Under the stimulation of the Mo Ling, the 100 ancestral patterns erupted with a power that was not weaker than the ancestral pattern. In addition to the power of the demon sealing sword itself, the attack power completely surpassed Tian Qingyun's final trump card. Boom! The two great ancestral rhyme attacks collided, and the ancestral pattern that Tian Qingyun unleashed was instantly shattered. No. Tian Qingyun's eyes widened in fear as he looked at the demon's sealing sword radiance that was slashing towards him. He let out a cry of despair. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng actually had a trump card that could break the ancestral pattern. By the time he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The terrifying demon's sealing sword ruthlessly slashed at him, breaking through his body's defense and chopping off half of his body. Following that, Yi Qinfeng, who had the strength of a 3-star Tao god, appeared in front of Tian Qingyun before the white-haired old man could rescue him. His fist, which contained close to 80 billion gene of strength, smashed into Tian Qingyun's head, crushing his head and crushing his soul. Tian Qingyun, who was the most popular candidate for the 100 Battles Martial Conference, was killed on the spot. P.S. Public number YLTY83. Chapter 1703. Crazy. Everyone present had gone crazy. By Chinese network is almost equal to. Is almost equal to 8, is not equal to 1, is not equal to z, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. COM after witnessing Yi Qinfeng kill Tian Qingyan in front of everyone. Everyone present fell into a daze. They did not dare to imagine what had just happened. Who was Tian Qingyan? He was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Divine Sky Clan in the past 100 years. His future was limitless, and he was a genius who could possibly step into the heavenly ancestor realm. But now he was killed in front of everyone. Moreover, the 100 Battles competition was held by the Divine Sky Clan. This was undoubtedly a mockery to the Divine Sky Clan, and it drove them crazy. Junior, you're courting death. The white-haired old man roared. He tore apart the shattered restrictions and was about to rush down to kill Yi Qinfeng and avenge the death of Tian Qingyan. Why, your Divine Sky Clan can't afford to lose. Although the white-haired old man's strength was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng, who had temporarily reached the peak of the 3-star Tao God realm after using the life spirit technique, was not weaker than him. He sent the white-haired old man flying with a punch and replied domineeringly, "If you can't afford to lose, then don't hold a martial competition of this scale." The white-haired old man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His killing intent danced in the wind as he locked onto Yi Qinfeng. "So did I say anything wrong?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, the 100 Battles competition does not restrict killing. In other words, participating in the 100 Battles competition is equivalent to stepping onto the life and death arena. Tian Qingyan was not strong enough and was killed by me. Could it be my fault? Or is it that only your Divine Sky Clan can kill other clansmen? But we can't kill your Divine Sky Clan's clansmen?" Facing Yi Qinfeng's aggressive questioning, the white-haired old man was at a loss for words. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng deliberately incited the various clansmen so that he would not dare to speak carelessly, lest he create a big mess. "Why? You can't answer?" Looking at the white-haired old man whose eyes were spewing fire and whose face was ashen, Yi Qinfeng continued, "If your Divine Sky Clan can't afford to lose, then say it clearly. Don't do such a disgraceful thing. Junior, you have guts." Although the white-haired old man really wanted to attack again, he had no choice but to care about the reputation of the Divine Sky Clan. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, preparing to settle the score with Yi Qinfeng. "I killed Tian Qingyan. Isn't this the first place of the 100 Battles Martial Assembly?" Yi Qinfeng persistently said. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the white-haired old man could only grit his teeth and whisper. "So now, can we give out the reward?" Yi Qinfeng said calmly. "According to the usual rules, Yu Yeming and Huang Wutian will be tied for 3rd place. However, since Qingyan has died, the 2nd place will have to be decided between the 2 of them to receive the reward." The white-haired old man said with an ugly expression, "All right, I'll be waiting." With that said, Yi Qinfeng took away Tian Qingyan's belongings in front of everyone and was about to return to the viewing platform. "Yi Qinfeng, leave Qingyan's belongings behind." Whether it was the 8 vicious spear or the heaven wheel, they were both important treasures of the Divine Sky Clan and could not be lost. The white-haired old man angrily said, "These are my spoils of war. Could it be that the Divine Sky Clan wants to forcefully take them away?" Yi Qinfeng sneered. "I advise you to take care of the Divine Sky Clan's reputation. You can be shameless, but the Divine Sky Clan can't be." With that said, Yi Qinfeng returned to the viewing platform under the furious gaze of the white-haired old man, who could barely suppress the killing intent in his heart. "Brother Yi, you've poked a big hole in the basket. Tian Qingyan's status in the Divine Sky Clan is not ordinary. Now that you've killed him, the Divine Sky Clan will definitely not let this go." Although Yi Qinfeng had created a miracle and avoided the first place of the 100 Battles Martial Assembly, Zhang Wudi and the rest still had worried expressions on their faces. Even if I don't kill Tian Qinyan, the Divine Sky Clan will still find trouble with me. In the battle between Yi Qinfeng and Tian Qinyan, he had revealed too many of his trump cards, especially the Chaos Divine Wood, which would definitely make the various clans jealous. Therefore, whether or not Yi Qinfeng killed Tian Qinyan, the various clans would not let him go. Sai, Brother Yi, with the kindness you have shown us, we should help you when you're in danger. However, the Divine Sky Clan, Imperial Sky Clan, and Demon Clan in the Void God world are too powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to convince Father to help you. Zhang Wudi sighed softly, voicing the concerns in his heart. Brother Zhang, I appreciate your good intentions, but it won't be easy for them to kill me. I will make them pay a painful price. The divine demon Torch Dragon had broken through to become a 2-star Dao God, and his strength was extremely terrifying. With his help, Yi Qinfeng was completely confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape. Just as everyone's focus was on Yi Qinfeng, Yu Yeming and Huang Wuqian appeared on the stage and engaged in an intense battle. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. As soon as the battle began, the two of them used their strongest trump cards, raising their strength to the limit and fiercely fighting each other. Although Huang Wuqian's body was invincible, Yu Yeming, who had the 3 Lives Baby Stone, had a stronger foundation. Borrowing the power of the 3 Lives Baby Stone, Yu Yeming slowly suppressed Huang Wuqian's attacks. Divine Demon Tyrant Body. Huang Wuqian was completely enraged by Yu Yeming's suppression. He roared and ignited his powerful bloodline power, transforming into the strongest divine demon tyrant body, further increasing his strength. At the same time, he summoned the primitive Dao fetus to attack Yu Yeming together. Daluo Sword Disc, sword sweep in all directions. Huang Wuqian and the primitive Dao fetus attacked. Yu Yeming summoned the Daluo Sword Disc, a mid-grade, transcendent saint artifact. Powerful sword shadows rippled out, slashing toward Huang Wuqian and the primitive Dao fetus, not giving them a chance to get close. Emergence, Extreme Breaking Sword. When the Daluo Sword Disc countered Huang Wuqian and the primitive Dao fetus, Yu Yeming used his ultimate move. His sword slashed out, turning into tens of thousands of sword feathers, destroying everything, fiercely repelling Huang Wuqian's ultimate move. While Yu Yeming and Huang Wuqian were fighting fiercely, the experts of the Divine Sky Clan felt that the situation was serious and began to seal off the 100 Battle City. They were prepared to wait for the 100 Battles Martial Conference to end and wait for the opportunity to kill Yi Qinfeng to avenge Tian Qinyan and take everything he had. The battle became more and more intense. Terrifying attacks constantly shattered the space of the battle stage. Yu Yeming and Huang Wuqian ignored their injuries and fought fiercely. They both wanted to defeat their opponent and obtain the second place. As time passed, Yu Yeming, who had the 3 Lives Baby Stone, gradually gained the upper hand. Wave after wave of attacks once again suppressed Huang Wuqian and the primitive Dao fetus. Seeing Huang Wuqian retreating step by step, not only did Huang Wuqian's face turn ugly, but the faces of the experts of the Divine Sky Clan also turned ugly. If Huang Wuqian lost, then this 100 Battles Martial Conference would become a stain on the Divine Sky Clan's reputation. When they returned, they might be severely punished by the upper echelons of the Divine Sky Clan. Huang Wuqian, you have no chance. The explosive attacks forced Huang Wuqian to the edge of the battle stage. Yu Yeming activated the 3 Lives Baby Stone's strongest power, releasing the strange 3 Lives power to control the Daluo Sword Disc's ferocious attacks. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Heavenly Punishment. Seeing Huang Wuqian being forced off the battle stage, he ignored his injuries and used the strongest attack he knew. But the 3 lives baby stone was too terrifying. The heavenly punishment that Huang Wutian used at the last moment was unable to reverse the situation. He was still forced off the battle stage by the Daluo sword disc controlled by Yu Yeming, losing the battle. At this point, the dust of the 100 Battles Martial Conference had settled. Yi Qinfeng and Yu Yeming dominated the first 2 places. Such a result had never occurred since the 100 Battles Martial Conference had been held. Chapter 1704. Can we start the rewards now? Yi Qinfeng slowly stood up and looked at the white-haired old man, whose face was so dark that it was about to drip water, and said in a deep voice, August 1st Chinese Network? 1. All right, let's start the rewards now. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Qinfeng fiercely, wishing that he could cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he couldn't act shamelessly and could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Oh, right. The mid-grade ancestral elixir that your clan rewarded wouldn't be a useless elixir, right? Yi Qinfeng said intentionally. However, the Divine Sky Clan is a big clan, and they shouldn't do such a disgraceful thing. You, the white-haired old man, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Although the Divine Sky Clan wouldn't do such a thing for the sake of their reputation, Yi Qinfeng's words still made many people's imaginations run wild and greatly damaged the Divine Sky Clan's reputation. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. The rewards that my Divine Sky Clan promised will not be lacking in any of them. The white-haired old man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He took out many treasures and rewarded them to Yi Qinfeng, Yu Yeming, Huang Wutian, and the others. After obtaining the mid-grade ancestral elixir and chaos stone, Yi Qinfeng didn't stay for long. He teleported Xiaowen Dai, Ling Yu, and the others into the universe realm and immediately left the 100 Battles Sage battlefield. The moment Yi Qinfeng left the 100 Battles Sage battlefield, countless powerful soul powers locked onto him, waiting for him to leave the 100 Battle City to intercept and kill him. Senior Torch Dragon, this mid-grade ancestral elixir is for you. Quickly raise your strength, and then we'll kill our way out. Although the mid-grade ancestral elixir was incomparably precious, he still gave it to the divine demon Torch Dragon and sent him into a space with 20 times the flow of time so that he could refine the mid-grade ancestral elixir as soon as possible. If the divine demon Torch Dragon could raise his strength and break through to the 3-star Dao God realm, then they would have a high chance of killing their way out. All right. After obtaining the mid-grade ancestral pellet, the fiend god Torch Dragon immediately swallowed it and quickly refined it to break through to the 3-star Dao Divinity realm. If he had not been suppressed by Tai, with Torch Dragon's innate talent, he might have already broken through to the realm of Dao Ancestor. He was well prepared, and with the mid-grade ancestral pellet, he had a very high chance of breaking through to the realm of 3-star Dao Divinity in a short period of time. Mo Ling, this Chaos Stone is for you. Quickly carve the ancestral mark and raise the level of the demon's sealing sword. Yi Qinfeng gave the Chaos Stone to Mo Ling so that he could carve the ancestral mark for him. Even though Mo Ling was full of complaints, he still obediently did as he was told, refining the Chaos Stone, carving ancestral patterns. Be it the God Fiend Torch Dragon's breakthrough or the Fiend Spirit's ancestral pattern carving, both required time. As for 100 Battle City, it was relatively the safest place. Yi Qinfeng wasn't in a hurry to leave 100 Battle City. Instead, he went to the largest restaurant in 100 Battle City, Sky Gazing Wine Pavilion. He ordered a table full of delicacies and wine and began savoring them. The news of Yi Qinfeng drinking alone at Sky Gazing Wine Pavilion immediately reached the ears of the various races, causing quite a stir. That Yi Qinfeng is drinking alone at Sky Gazing Wine Pavilion? Could he be waiting for reinforcements? After hearing this news, the person in charge of this 100 Battles Martial Conference, the 7th Elder of the Divine Sky Clan, frowned. 7th Elder, should we seal Sky Gazing Wine Pavilion and capture him The white-haired old man, who wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng to vent his anger, said, "He dares to drink alone in public, so he must have guessed that we can't disregard the divine Sky Clan's reputation and attack him. However, just because we can't attack doesn't mean that the other races can't. I'll contact the Devil Race and Ghost Race. I think they'll be happy to kill this Yi Qinfeng. It won't be too late for us to attack then." The seventh elder of the Divine Sky Clan said gloomily, "Space Devourer, how long do you need to devour a wormhole to connect to the outside of 100 Battle City?" Yi Qinfeng communicated with the Space Devourer while drinking alone. "About 10 days or so, I guess." After breaking through to the Ancestor Realm, the Space Devourer already had the ability to devour wormholes. "Okay, you don't need to devour a large wormhole. Increase your speed as soon as possible." With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Space Swallower Bug. He used his body to hide it so that it could quickly devour space and forcibly create a wormhole. While Yi Qinfeng was covering the Space Devourer, several terrifying auras appeared outside Sky-Gazing Wine Pavilion. Sensing these auras, Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change as he calmly drank his wine. "You're really in a good mood. You're still drinking here at this time?" A cold voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. Mo Yichen, He Guangdao, and He Fingu, who had lost to Yi Qinfeng before, appeared on the highest floor of Sky-Gazing Wine Pavilion, glaring fiercely at Yi Qinfeng. When Mo Yichen and the others appeared, the Devil Race and Ghost Race experts were hiding behind them, waiting for an opportunity to kill Yi Qinfeng. "What? You can't help but want to make a move." Yi Qinfeng finished the wine in his cup and said, "But I advise you not to be used by the Heaven Race lest you regret it. Yi Qinfeng, don't bluff here." Mo Yichen sneered, "Do you think you can leave 100 Battle City alive?" "Haha, since I dared to kill Tian Qingyun in front of everyone. I'm naturally not afraid of the Heaven Race's revenge." Yi Qinfeng laughed and said arrogantly, "Take a guess. Why am I not in a hurry to leave 100 Battle City? What am I waiting for?" "You," looking at the calm and collected Yi Qinfeng. Mo Yichen and the others frowned. In their opinion, if Yi Qinfeng didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't be so calm. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had revealed too many secrets in the 100 Battles martial competition, causing them to guess that Yi Qinfeng should be from the Void God world, and his identity was not ordinary. Although the Devil Race was an absolute overlord in the Void God world, the Devil Race experts who came to 100 Battle City this time were not strong. If the one who came to support Yi Qinfeng was an Ancestor Realm expert, it would bring a devastating disaster to them. Thinking of this, Mo Yichen and the others retreated, not wanting to be the first bird to avoid danger. Come and drink a few cups of wine. I think you all want to know which family I come from in the Void God world. Let's drink, and the answer will be revealed soon. At that time, I will make the Heaven Race pay the price in blood." Yi Qinfeng poured himself a cup of wine and said with killing intent, "Let's go." Mo Yichen and the others exchanged a few words and didn't stay for long. They turned around and left to report. Watching the departing figures of Mo Yichen and the others, Yi Qinfeng continued to drink alone, patiently waiting. As expected, this Yi Qinfeng came from the Void God world. Someone came to the 100 Battle City to support him. Hearing the conversation between Yi Qinfeng and Mo Yichen and the others, the seventh elder of the Divine Sky Clan felt a little troubled. If the expert who came to support Yi Qinfeng was too strong, then not only would they be unable to kill Yi Qinfeng, they might even bring a fatal disaster upon themselves. Seventh Elder, what should we do now? The Devil Race and Ghost Race have some misgivings and want to watch with folded arms. The Divine Sky Clan expert looked at the gloomy Seventh Elder and said, "I'll contact the Patriarch and ask him to make a decision." The Seventh Elder pondered for a moment and said, "Keep an eye on him for me. If there are any strange movements, inform me immediately." Maybe this brat is bluffing. While the experts of the various races sealed off the sky-gazing wine pavilion, Yi Chen-fong was still calmly drinking wine, savoring a table of delicacies cooked with precious spiritual ingredients. Under the concealment of his aura, the space devourer insect had already swallowed a finger-thick, 1,000-meter-long wormhole and was working hard to connect this wormhole to the outside of the 100-battle city. Soon a day passed. Just as the experts of the various races were getting impatient, Yu Yeming arrived at the sky-gazing wine pavilion, accompanied by 2 old men with extraordinary auras. Chapter 1705. A genius remembers. Love go-go little in a second? Say, to provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Yiming, why are you here? Seeing the sudden appearance of Yiming, Yi Chen-fong was surprised and touched as he asked softly, Brother Yi, the outside has been sealed off by the various races. If you leave now, you will definitely lose your life. If you trust me, follow me. My Ascension Palace will guarantee your safety. Yiming transmitted his voice. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have a way to leave this place safely. Yi Chen-fong smiled and said confidently, Really? Brother Yi, are you really waiting for someone to help you? For some reason, Yu Yiming felt that Yi Chen-fong was bluffing and that he did not come from the Void God realm. Yes, wait for my clan's experts to arrive. I want to see who dares to stop me. Yi Chen-fong nodded and said domineeringly, Since that is the case, then I am relieved. Brother Yi, you are my friend. When you return to the Void God realm in the future, you must find me at Ascension Palace. Seeing that Yi Chen-fong did not want to fake his confidence, Yu Yiming was completely relieved. He told Yi Chen-fong the location of Ascension Palace and left under the accompaniment of 2 powerful elders. Not long after Yu Yiming left, Yi Chen-fong mysteriously disappeared. His disappearance immediately alerted the various clans guarding outside. Just as the experts of the various clans rushed in to investigate, Yi Chen-fong mysteriously appeared again. Yi Chen-fong, your clan's experts are not here yet? Moe Chen looked coldly at Yi Chen-fong and said impatiently, Why, can't wait? Yi Chen-fong smiled and said, If you can't wait, then feel free to make a move. I will do my best to accompany you. All right, then I will wait and see which faction you are from. Moe Chen and the others gritted their teeth. Because of some misgivings, they did not dare to make a move and continued to wait. But they did not know that the Yi Chen-fong in front of them was just a mirror image clone of Yi Chen-fong. The real Yi Chen-fong had already entered the universe realm and was following the space swallower through the finger-sized wormhole. Time passed day by day. Another 3 days had passed. When the experts of the various clans saw that the almighty figure of the Void God realm who had come to assist Yi Chen-fong had yet to appear, they sensed that something was amiss. 7th Elder, could this Yi Chen-fong really be bluffing? The white-haired elder said with a gloomy expression, I'll have the Sky Dome race make a move to test this Yi Chen-fong and find out his background. The 7th Elder said with a frown. He sent a message to the powerhouses of the Sky Dome race, asking them to test Yi Chen-fong. Although the Sky Dome race experts knew the risk and price of being the first to make a move, the Sky Dome race was a branch of the Divine Sky race. They did not dare to go against the orders of the Divine Sky race and could only obey obediently. Yi Chen-fong, where are your clan members? Why aren't they here yet? Have they already given up on you? A tall man wearing a crown on his head, a white robe with cloud patterns, and a pair of golden boots, whose strength was at the peak of the 1-star Tao God realm, led a group of Sky Dome race experts into the sky-gazing wine house as he spoke. This man was none other than the Dark North Lord, Ling Yu, and the other's enemy, the Sky Dome race leader, the Sky Dome Lord. My clan members are about to arrive. If your Sky Dome race does not want to be exterminated, you'd better get out of here obediently. Otherwise, I guarantee that I will be the first to exterminate your Sky Dome race. Yi Qin-feng said in an overbearing manner as he looked at the Sky Dome Lord with a sharp gaze. That's not right. This Yi Qin-feng should be bluffing. When the shrewd seventh elder saw that Yi Qin-feng was not willing to make a move and was stalling for time, he sent a voice transmission and ordered, "Sky Dome, don't be frightened by him. Do it." Yes. Hearing the seventh elder's order, the Sky Dome Lord revealed a helpless smile. He summoned a low-grade, transcendent, sacred artifact, long spear, and attacked Yi Qin-feng. Bang! When the spear stabbed over, Yi Qin-feng did not take it head-on. Instead, he quickly dodged and avoided the spear attack. Damn it, we've all been played. There's something wrong with this Yi Qin-feng. Thinking about how Yi Qin-feng could even kill Tian Qinyin, who had fused with the ancestral symbol, the seventh elder was basically certain that there was something wrong with Yi Qin-feng. He immediately charged in and transformed into a terrifying giant hand that covered the sky. It swallowed and spat out a terrifying power of the heavens as it pressed down on Yi Qin-feng's mirror image doppelganger. Although the mirror image doppelganger had Yi Qin-feng's full strength, it did not have any of Yi Qin-feng's heaven-defying trump cards. It simply could not withstand the attack of the four-star seventh elder. Kacha! The giant hand fell, and Yi Qin-feng shattered like glass. Damn it, this Yi Qin-feng is indeed a fake. Seeing Yi Qin-feng gradually turn into nothingness, the seventh elder and the others were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They roared at the sky. Search! This Yi Qin-feng should still be in 100 Battle City, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You must find him for me. The seventh elder could not accept the fact that Yi Qin-feng had slipped away right under his nose. He gathered the experts of the divine sky race and searched every inch of 100 Battle City for Yi Qin-feng's whereabouts. However, 100 Battle City was too big. Even with the help of the various races, they could not search every corner of 100 Battle City in a short time. Yi Qin-feng took advantage of the fact that the various races were searching for him in 100 Battle City. He followed the Space Devourer to constantly devour wormholes and arrived outside 100 Battle City. Master, we have left 100 Battle City. After spending more than 10 days devouring the wormhole to leave 100 Battle City, the Space Devourer had become extremely weak. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Qin-feng controlled the illusion Dao intent and transformed his appearance. He quietly left the universe realm and flew towards the distant starry sky at an extremely fast speed. Because the 100 Battle Star Field was too vast and everyone's attention was on 100 Battle City, Yi Qin-feng's departure was not discovered by anyone. After dozens of days of continuous flying, Yi Qin-feng gradually left the 100 Battle City, which was in a state of panic, and hid on a slowly moving meteorite. I wonder what is in Tian Qinyan's belongings. Feeling safe, Yi Qin-feng took out Tian Qinyan's belongings and controlled the God Devourer brain to break into his universe ring. These are Saint Crystals. Heaven crystals were the currency of the heaven domain, while the currency of the void God world was the more valuable Saint Crystals. Because Tian Qinyin was the most outstanding genius disciple of the God Sky clan in the past 100 years, he had a large number of Saint Crystals. Among them, there were more than 100 high-rank Saint Crystals, over 10,000 mid-rank Saint Crystals, and over 1 million low-rank Saint Crystals. This wealth was enough for Yi Qin-feng to spend freely in the void God world. In addition to these precious Saint Crystals, Yi Qin-feng also obtained a large number of transcendent saint pills, heaven and earth spirit materials, as well as a large number of ancestral beast cores and blood essence. And what is this? Suddenly, Yi Qin-feng found a black box sealed with several layers of seals in Tian Qinyan's universe ring. After spending a lot of effort to break the seal on the box, he found a longan-sized pill with mysterious pill veins on it that exuded a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Ancestral pill. This is a low-rank ancestral pill. Yi Qin-feng controlled the God-Eater brain to identify this medicinal pill. He was surprised to discover that this medicinal pill was actually a priceless, ancestral, medicinal pill that could not be found in the heaven domain. Tian Qingyan, I must thank you for giving me such a great gift. I will gladly accept it. Yi Qinfeng smiled lightly and sealed the black box again. A low-rank ancestral pill, a mid-rank transcendent saint artifact, the 8 fierce battle spear, a mid-rank transcendent saint artifact, the heaven wheel, as well as a large number of saint crystals and transcendent saint pills. Yi Qinfeng's harvest from killing Tian Qingyan was simply too great. Chapter 1706. Genius remembers. Love goes small in 1 second. I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Qinfeng swallowed one heaven-piercing saint pellet after another. While he was comprehending the void Tao steel and raising his strength, the 4th level of the universe realm suddenly fluctuated, waking Yi Qinfeng and the others. Senior Torch Dragon has finally broken through. The moment the Torch Dragon broke through, Yi Qinfeng immediately came to his side. Junior, thank you. After breaking through to the 3-star Tao God realm, the Torch Dragon's strength reached 100 billion gene. Coupled with the bloodline amplification, the Torch Dragon had the strength to crush a 4-star deity realm expert. This is what I promised, Senior. Of course, I have to do it. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Senior, I'll give you the 8 malevolent battle spear and heaven's wheel. All right. The Torch Dragon did not decline and accepted the 2 mid-grade heaven-piercing saint weapons. Junior, where are you going next? I'm going to cultivate here for a while before returning to the heaven domain to destroy the heavenly race and demon race's branches. Then, I'll return to the otherworld battlefield and wait for the tomb of the Great Void to stabilize before entering. Yi Qinfeng said, Is the tomb of the Great Void about to open? The Torch Dragon had heard of the tomb of the Great Void before and knew that it was one of the 3 great tombs in the heaven domain. Legend had it that the tomb contained treasures that even ancestor realm experts would covet. Yes, the space outside the tomb of the Great Void should stabilize within 100 years, and I have the map of the tomb of the Great Void. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Then this god will benefit from you. The Torch Dragon was overjoyed. All right, I'll enter the tomb of the Great Void with my senior. Yi Qinfeng nodded and agreed. Days passed, and while Yi Qinfeng was cultivating in the 20x time flow, the various races had turned the 100 Battles city upside down. However, they had almost overturned the 100 Battle city, but they still could not find Yi Qinfeng. This made the almighty experts of the Tian clan and Demon clan so angry that their lungs were about to explode. No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure out why Yi Qinfeng would disappear from the human world. Unable to find Yi Qinfeng, the mighty figures of the various races gradually lost their patience and left the chaotic 100 Battle city one after another. Tenfold time flow. Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the Time Dao insight for several years in the 4th level of the universe realm. He had cultivated the Time Dao insight to tenfold flow, and once he executed it, he could instantly increase his speed tenfold. After comprehending the Time Dao insight within the universe mirror, Yi Qinfeng began to comprehend the Void Dao tablet. He attempted to comprehend the Saint Grade Dao insight contained within the Dao tablet. As Yi Qinfeng was wholeheartedly immersing himself in the process of perceiving the illusory Dao tablet, the remnant soul he left behind on the moving meteorite sensed something strange. A dark, golden battleship that was thousands of feet long appeared. It had high sails and looked like an impregnable fortress. The Sky Emperor race's battleship. Through the universe mirror, Yi Qinfeng saw the battleship's battle flag from afar. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a cold smile. The thought of intercepting and killing the Sky Emperor race's battleship arose in his heart. Although this idea of his was very bold and risky, he who had grasped the time flow of 4 times was able to fully execute it. Even a 6-star deity expert would find it hard to catch up to him. Senior Torch Dragon, I am preparing to intercept and kill the Sky Emperor race's battleship. Please help me later. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain and repeatedly confirmed that there were no other races nearby the Sky Emperor race. He decided to take the risk. All right. The God-Fiend Torch Dragon was also a daring person, so he agreed without hesitation. Prepare for battle. Yi Qinfeng woke up the Black Rock Emperor, Blood Skeleton, and the others who were cultivating in the universe mirror and informed them to prepare for battle. He left the universe mirror alone and flew towards the incoming battleship at an extremely fast speed. 9-layered Black Pagoda, smash it for me. When he got close to the Sky Emperor race's battleship, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the 9-layered Black Pagoda. He controlled the Black Pagoda to expand infinitely and smash it towards the battleship. Boom! The Sky Emperor race's battleship collided with the 9-layered Black Pagoda. Endless sparks surged in the majestic starry sky. The terrifying impact shattered the meteors floating in the starry sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble violently. Who dares to attack my Sky Emperor race's battleship? The Sky Emperor race was an overlord force in the Void God world. Very few people dared to provoke them. Being attacked by the 9-layered Black Pagoda had angered the Sky Emperor race's experts on the battleship. Saint-level Sword Soul, break for me! As the Sky Emperor race's experts roared, Yi Qinfeng summoned his Saint-level Sword Soul. Under the chaotic starry sky, it transformed into a fiery red sword image and slashed down like a heavenly waterfall. The sword slashed through the battleship's defensive restrictions and shattered a large portion of the ship's planks. Saint-level Sword Soul, you are Yi Qinfeng. The Sky Emperor race's experts on the battleship saw the Saint-level Sword Soul fall and immediately guessed who was so daring to kill them in front of everyone. Yi Qinfeng, I have truly underestimated your methods and courage. Not only did you slip away under our noses, you even dared to kill us in front of everyone. Do you really think that my Sky Emperor race is easy to bully? The tall and sturdy Huang Wutian, who was dressed in battle armor and looked like a war god, glared at Yi Qinfeng under the starry sky and spoke in a cold voice. You are right. I really do think that your Sky Emperor race is easy to bully. Under the surveillance of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng discovered that the strongest expert of the Sky Emperor race was only a 3-star celestial god. He completely relaxed and replied domineeringly, Junior, no matter what your background is, I will definitely cut you down under my sword today. A 3-star celestial god elder dressed in a silver-gray robe, his eyes sunken into his cheeks, and his right hand was engraved with ancient patterns. He summoned a middle-grade, sky-piercing, sacred sword and pointed it at Yi Qinfeng. You alone are not enough, Yi Qinfeng said with contempt. Courting death. The silver-gray robed elder was enraged by Yi Qinfeng's arrogance. With a furious roar, he slashed at Yi Qinfeng with the middle-grade, sky-piercing, sacred sword in his hand. Just as his sword light was about to strike Yi Qinfeng, a stalwart figure appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng and stabbed out with his spear, breaking apart the silver-gray, robed elder's attack. At the next moment, the God-Fiend Torch Dragon took a step forward. The terrifying footprints were filled with mystical Tao patterns and over 100 billion kilograms of strength. A single punch shattered the void and stomped on the God-Fiend Torch Dragon's body. The God-Fiend Torch Dragon fell from mid-air to the ground and smashed through the deck of the ship. God-Fiend? Why does he have a God-Fiend protecting him? Looking at the mighty God-Fiend Torch Dragon, whose body was as strong as a mountain and whose veins protruded like dragons, the murderous Imperial Celestial race powerhouses were shocked. It was rare to see a God-Fiend in the Heaven region or even the Void God world, and God-Fiends were almost invincible in the same realm. Yi Qinfeng had the protection of a 3-star Tao God, which was enough to crush them. Huang Wutian, I failed to kill you in the finals. Now, let me send you to the afterlife." When the fiend god Torch Dragon appeared and shocked everyone, Yi Qinfeng used a powerful trump card to increase his strength. He summoned the Demon Sealing Sword, which was engraved with more than 300 ancestral marks and had reached the level of a supreme grade, transcendent, divine artifact. He turned into an afterimage under the starry sky and attacked Huang Wuqian with endless sword momentum, wanting to kill him. Boom! The demon sealing sword collided with Huang Wuqian's halberd. The explosive attack directly shattered the halberd, which was several 100 million jin in weight, and caused Huang Wuqian's blood to churn as he retreated. How is this possible? Huang Wuqian couldn't imagine that Yi Qinfeng's strength had grown to such an extent in just a few months. He felt deeply uneasy in the depths of his heart. "Huang Wuqian, go to hell and meet Tian Qingyan." After forcing Huang Wuqian back with one sword strike, Yi Qinfeng followed up with another attack, wanting to kill him in one go. Perfect anti-theft chapter. Please use the search engine to search for keywords. Read a better reading experience. Chapter 1707. A genius remembers in 1 second. Love go/small. Say, provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Desolate Stone Fusion. Celestial Demon Overlord Body. At this critical moment, Huang Wuqian fused with the Desolate Stone, which doubled his strength and transformed into the Celestial Demon Overlord Body. He swung his Sky Piercer at Yi Qinfeng. The moment Huang Wuqian attacked with all his might, the primitive embryo of Tao suddenly split from his body and attacked Yi Qinfeng with an even more terrifying force. Limitless chaos! Yi Qinfeng did not panic under the sudden attack of Huang Wuqian and the primitive embryo of Tao. He deduced his Tao will to the extreme and used his self-created move that was as powerful as a supreme superpower. With a stab, more than 300 ancestral runes in the demon sealing sword were fully activated. The towering chaotic divine that reflected the chaotic 5 elements light emerged from his body and amplified the power of his attack. Boom! Boom! Sounds that could shatter the heavens resounded. The limitless chaos crushed the attacks of Huang Wuqian and the primitive embryo of Tao, knocking them both back. Such power! Could it be that he has a supreme, transcendent saint weapon? Feeling the destructive power from the demon sealing sword, Huang Wuqian's eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. How did he do it? In Huang Wuqian's memory, the demon sealing sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand was suspected to be an upper-grade, transcendent saint weapon. However, in just a few months, not only had Yi Qinfeng's strength increased greatly, but his weapon had also been upgraded. There was a huge difference in strength between an upper-grade, transcendent saint weapon and a supreme, transcendent saint weapon. Upgrading a supreme, transcendent saint weapon was almost impossible. Soulless Sword. After knocking back Huang Wuqian and the primitive embryo of Tao, Yi Qinfeng followed up with another attack. His entire body merged with the demon sealing sword, and the sword took away the brilliance of heaven and earth as it slashed at Huang Wuqian. Primitive embryo of Tao, defend! Huang Wuqian did not dare to take the attack head-on. He immediately ordered the primitive embryo of Tao to block the attack with its indestructible body. Boom! 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 Facing the soulless sword attack launched by Yi Qinfeng, the original embryo of Tao quivered, and the power released by the sword forced it back step by step. However, the primitive Tao embryo was known as the number 1 divine stone in the universe. It was even harder than the ancestral artifact, and thus, it didn't suffer any damage from Yi Qinfeng's godless sword. Huang Wuqian, didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running around like a coward? Where's your ambition? Yi Qinfeng mocked Huang Wuqian while activating the demon sealing sword to suppress the primitive Tao embryo. Huang Wuqian was so angry that his face turned ashen and his body trembled. No! A shrill scream rang out in the chaotic starry sky. While Yi Qinfeng was suppressing Huang Wutian and the primitive Tao embryo with his absolute attacks, the god-fiend Torch Dragon pierced through the body of the silver-robed old man with the 8 malefic spear. Hundreds of billions of kilograms of power surged into the old man's body, shattering his old body. When the old man's soul tried to escape the heaven while floating above, Torch Dragon's head slashed down, crushing his soul and killing him on the spot. The fiend god Torch Dragon killed the strongest silver-robed old man and intimidated the other almighty figures of the heavenly imperial clan. Just as they were hesitating whether or not to escape the worship, the fiend god Torch Dragon wielded the 8 vicious spear and attacked the almighty figures of the heavenly imperial clan. A merciless massacre took place on the heavenly imperial race's battleship. Handan, dragon blood lion, spirit fish, little mosquito, blood skeleton, come out. When the fiend god Torch Dragon was in control of the situation, Yi Qinfeng summoned all the helpers he had prepared and had them work together to massacre the heavenly imperial clan's major characters. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yi Qinfeng, do you want to fight to the death with my heavenly imperial race? If you offend my heavenly imperial race, I guarantee that there will be no place for you in the entire universe. Huang Wutian, who couldn't resist Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, roared furiously when he heard the screams ringing in his ears. Why? Do you really think that your heavenly imperial race is the overlord of the universe? Do you think that only you can kill others and others can't kill you? Yi Qinfeng sneered and remained unmoved. He summoned the cosmos sword formation and attacked him fiercely. Under Yi Qinfeng's all-out attack, Huang Wutian and the primitive Tao fetus attacks were deeply restrained and were forced to retreat. Sensing that the situation was completely out of control, Huang Wutian wanted to retreat and break out of the encirclement. Time acceleration. While Huang Wutian was distracted, the flow of time around Yi Qinfeng suddenly sped up. His attack speed instantly increased by 10 times, and the demon sealing sword pierced toward his chest like a hot knife through butter. Although Huang Wutian used a tough turtle shell to defend at the critical moment, the demon sealing sword's attack power was too shocking. The defensive trump card that Huang Wutian summoned couldn't block the demon sealing sword's attack at all. When Huang Wutian dodged to the side in a sorry state, the Saint Sword Soul descended from the sky like a blood-colored galaxy and ruthlessly slashed his body. It broke through his defense and chopped off one of his arms. A large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably, causing him to scream in pain. Primitive Tao fetus, block it for me. With his arm chopped off, Huang Wutian immediately ordered the primitive Tao fetus to block in front of him to block Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks. He burned his powerful blood essence and prepared to use his trump card to escape this place. Do you think you can escape? Yi Qinfeng sneered and suddenly split a mirror image to block Huang Wutian's back, blocking his escape route. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng used the path of equipment manipulation and instantly raised the demon sealing sword's attack power to the extreme. Huang Wutian, let me send you to hell to meet Tian Qinyan. With a slash of the sword, the space was split in half by the demon sealing sword light. The terrifying sword power created a vacuum in the space in front of Huang Wutian. Everything was annihilated by Yi Qinfeng's attack. Primitive Tao fetus, defend! Huang Wutian didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's attack to be so terrifying. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he ordered the primitive Tao fetus to defend with all its might. However, Yi Qinfeng's attack with the path of equipment manipulation was far beyond the primitive Tao fetus's ability to withstand. Bang! The primitive Tao fetus was sent flying by the sword and heavily slammed into Huang Wutian behind him. The impact caused him to spit out blood and break more than half of his bones. Huang Wutian, goodbye. The moment Huang Wutian was severely injured, the Saint Sword Soul descended from the sky and split open his head, crushing his soul and killing him on the spot. At this point, the two most outstanding geniuses of the martial heavenly clan, Tian Qingyun and Huang Wutian, had both died in Yi Qinfeng's hands. Universe realm, keep. After killing Huang Wutian, Yi Qinfeng took control of the universe realm and kept the ownerless primitive Tao fetus and all of Huang Wutian's belongings into it. He then helped the god demon, Torch Dragon, and Xia, Wendy kill the heavenly clan's experts. Huang Wutian's death instantly broke the mental barrier of the heavenly clan's experts, causing them to flee in panic. However, under the pursuit of Yi Qinfeng and the others, only 3 of the Imperial Sky clan's experts with extraordinary strength managed to escape with their lives. The rest of the Imperial Sky clan's experts were killed mercilessly by Yi Qinfeng and the others. Mirror image clone, I'll leave this warship to you. Yi Qinfeng left his mirror image clone on the Imperial Sky clan's battleship. After that, he sent everyone into the universe realm and flew away from this battleship that was filled with a thick stench of blood and the remains of numerous Imperial Sky clan experts. He flew towards the distant crimson, starry skies. Perfect anti-theft chapter. Please use the search engine to search for a better reading experience. Chapter 1708. Genius 1, second, remember, love, go, /small, say, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The stars were bright and sparkling. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to it. The mirror image avatar steered the Royal Sky Tribe's battleship and sailed rapidly in the endless starry sky. Gradually, they met a huge battleship. Looking at the battle flag hanging on the battleship in the distance, Yi Qinfeng's mirror image avatar, who possessed part of his intelligence, revealed a cold smile. He steered the Royal Sky Tribe's battleship and rushed over quickly. 7th Elder, the Royal Sky Tribe's battleship is approaching us. The expert from the Divine Sky Tribe who was steering the battleship saw the Royal Sky Tribe's battleship speeding over and was surprised. He immediately reported the news to the 7th Elder. The Royal Sky Tribe's battleship? Didn't they return to the Void God world before us? The 7th Elder, who was sitting in the luxurious cabin and enjoying the massage of 2 pretty ladies, opened his eyes and revealed a surprised expression. 7th Elder, the Royal Sky Tribe's battleship is going to crash into us. Just as the 7th Elder revealed a puzzled expression, he received another important piece of news. He suddenly stood up from the soft rocking chair. When the 7th Elder and the others hurriedly appeared on the deck, Yi Qinfeng's mirror image avatar steered the battleship and crashed into them. The terrifying collision broke the defense of the Royal Sky Tribe's battleship and smashed the bow of the ship and many experts from the Royal Sky Tribe who couldn't dodge in time. Yi Qinfeng! When the 7th Elder and the others hurriedly dodged to the side, he saw Yi Qinfeng's silhouette in the heavily damaged battleship of the Imperial Sky Clan. He was instantly enraged and sent out a terrifying, gigantic palm that blotted out the sky, grabbing towards Yi Qinfeng. Kacha! Yi Qinfeng's mirror image avatar was caught by the giant hand and shattered. Mirror image, another mirror image. Yi Qinfeng, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. After being tricked by Yi Qinfeng again, the 7th Elder, who had destroyed the battleship, was furious and roared furiously under the endless starry sky. At the same time, Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding in the universe mirror, revealed a cold smile. God Sky Clan, I hope you will be satisfied with this gift of mine. Yi Qinfeng murmured as he continued to refine the desolate stone and the primitive embryo of Tao that he had obtained from killing Huang Wutian. If he could absorb these 2 great treasures, Yi Qinfeng's power would be greatly improved, especially the original embryo of Tao, which had great potential. It would become one of his trump cards in the future. Time flew by, and 3 years passed quickly. 3 years in the outside world was equivalent to 60 years for Yi Qinfeng in the 4th level of the universe realm. During these 60 years, Yi Qinfeng completely refined the desolate stone and the primordial Tao embryo, allowing him to experience the power of these 2 supreme treasures. The primordial Tao embryo, in particular, gave him endless imagination. How do I improve the strength of the primitive embryo of Tao? Yi Qinfeng had been searching the memories in Gadita's mind for information about the original embryo of Tao. After searching for over a day, Yi Qinfeng found a way to improve the power of his original embryo of Tao from the memories of the brain. Fusing with the heaven vein or the ancestral vein can increase the power of the original embryo of Tao. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up as he brought the original embryo of Tao to one of the ancestral veins in the fourth level of the universe realm and tried to let the embryo of Tao fuse with the ancestral vein. When the embryo of Tao opened all of its acupoints and started to devour, the power of the ancestral vein in the fourth level of the universe realm was rapidly depleted, while the embryo of Tao's strength was increasing steadily. Love, go, little, say, net, chew, however. As the embryo of Tao continued to devour the ancestral vein, the spirituality in the fourth level of the universe realm was rapidly depleted, and many rare spiritual beings in the fourth level of the universe realm started to wither. Therefore, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to let the embryo of Tao continue to devour the ancestral vein in order to avoid damaging the precious spiritual beings. It's time to return to the heaven realm and settle the score with the eternal heaven palace, Green Sky Clan and Sky Clan. After confirming that the ancestral vein could accelerate the growth of the primitive embryo of Tao, Yi Qinfeng planned to rob the ancestral veins from the few superpowers that wanted to kill him. Swish! A beam of light streaked across the starry sky and flew towards the Qian domain at an extremely fast speed. However, the alien battlefield was too vast. Even with Yi Qinfeng's speed, it would still take him more than a year to fly back to the Qian domain. While Yi Qinfeng was flying towards the heaven realm, he saw a black battleship in front of him. He immediately sped up and flew towards it. A battleship of the Ghost Clan. Looking at the battle flag hanging on the battleship, Yi Qinfeng slightly curved up the corners of his mouth as he sped up and flew over. Break! Catching up with the battleship of the Ghost Clan with his absolute speed, Yi Qinfeng threw a punch and broke the defense of the battleship of the Ghost Clan. He entered the battleship and alerted the powerful Ghost Clan cultivators on the battleship. They all showed up on the deck and surrounded Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng! Seeing the energetic young man in a white martial arts suit, Gui Shaodi, who was defeated by Yi Qinfeng before, immediately recognized him. Why are you here? Why are you surprised? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Why can't I be here? Why did you leave the 100 Battles City after such a long time? Seems like you have a plan. Yi Qinfeng, we Ghost Clan don't think we have offended you. You'd better not have any ideas about us. The leader of the Ghost Clan, 1-star Ghost Immortal Goeyu, said in a low voice. He was wearing a skeleton robe and his eyes were sunken into his cheeks. His body was emitting a dense death qi. What are you afraid now? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, When you Celestial and Devil Clan surrounded me and wanted to kill me, did you not think about the consequences? Yi Qinfeng, do you really think we Ghost Clan are afraid of you? Gui Shaodi said angrily. All right, cut the crap. All of you come at me together. Yi Qinfeng summoned the primitive Tao fetus and said domineeringly, Primitive Tao fetus, why do you have one? Gui Shaodi, and the others were shocked to see Yi Qinfeng's primitive Tao fetus. Of course, Huang Wuqian gave it to me. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, As for why he gave it to me, you can ask him when you go to hell. You killed Huang Wuqian. Gui Shaodi and the others couldn't believe what they had just heard. A deep sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts. Whoosh! Just as Gui Shaodi and the others started to panic, a piercing sound rang out. Yi Qinfeng and the primitive Tao embryo attacked Gui Shaodi and the others together. The Ghost Clan as a whole was not strong. Their strongest leader, Goeyu, was only a 1-star Ghost Immortal and was far from being a match for the primitive Tao fetus. The primitive Tao fetus swung its halberd and sent Goeyu flying. He was severely injured. Gui Shouty, fight me like a man. When Yi Chin-fong saw that Gui Shouty was trying to escape, he roared and slashed at him with the demon's sealing sword. When Yi Chin-fong merged with the divine blood bead, desolation stone, and chaos essence bead, his strength instantly reached the 2-star Tao God level. His ferocious attacks forced Gui Shouty back. Yi Chin-fong, my ghost clan really doesn't want to be your enemy. Please be magnanimous and spare us. As long as you are willing to let us go, my ghost clan guarantees that we will never provoke you again. After fighting Yi Chin-fong again, Gui Shouty found that he had grown to a level he could only look up to. He no longer had the will to fight and had to beg for mercy in order to survive. Not interested, Yi Chin-fong said emotionlessly. He activated more than 300 ancestral runes and slashed Gui Shouty's weapon in half. While Yi Chin-fong was killing Gui Shouty, the primitive Tao fetus relied on its absolute strength to suppress the myriad ghosts' portrait and kill Gui Yu. The death of the 2 strongest ghost clan members frightened the rest of the ghost clan and made them run for their lives. Kill. At this time, Yi Chin-fong summoned all of his helpers and attacked the ghost clan members. A merciless massacre took place on the ghost warship. Under the bloody attacks of the god fiend, Torch Dragon, and the others, the ghost clan members were all killed. P.S. I will post a picture of Mama Yi in the Holy Jade Sky this weekend. Friends who want to see it can add me on WeChat. Read a better reading experience. Chapter 1709. Geniuses remember love divided by Go? Say, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Eternal Celestial Palace was an absolute overlord in the region of Nihility. It occupied the best cultivation resources in the region of Nihility, and no power could shake the Eternal Celestial Palace's position in the region of Nihility. Love, go little, say, net you huff. I finally returned to the region of Nihility. After flying for over a year on the ghost warship, Yi Chin-fong left the chaotic Outer Rim battlefield and returned to the region of Nihility. When Yi Chin-fong left the region of Nihility, he'd been pursued by Tianji Dao and the others, and he'd fled in panic. Now that he'd returned, Yi Chin-fong's strength had grown to a level that Tianji Dao and the others could only look up to. The reason his cultivation speed was so shocking was mainly because of his primordial bloodline. He possessed one of the best bloodlines in the universe, so the difficulty of his cultivation was far lower than ordinary people. Most importantly, the primordial bloodline had practically transformed his body to perfection, and the bottlenecks in his cultivation were much weaker than ordinary people. That was why he'd been able to break through into the peak of the 6-star Tao Lord realm in such a short period of time. How many heavenly crystals do we need to head to Eternal Celestial City? Yi Chin-fong and Xia Wendy arrived outside a spatial wormhole in an enormous city in the region of Nihility, and they gazed at a white-haired old man who was guarding the spatial wormhole. Do you have an invitation? The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Chin-fong and Xia Wendy, who'd concealed their strength, and asked in a low voice, Invitation? Do we need an invitation to head to Eternal Celestial City? Yi Chin-fong frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, Exactly. The palace master of my Eternal Celestial Palace has just broken through into the 1-star Tao God realm, and he'll be holding a banquet for all the experts in the palace to celebrate. For the sake of avoiding chaos, those without an invitation aren't allowed to enter Eternal Celestial City, said the white-haired old man. I understand. Yi Chin-fong nodded, and then a large amount of illusion Tao insight instantly shot out from his eyes and poured into the white-haired old man's eyes. It instantly caused illusions to appear in the old man's mind and take control of his mind and consciousness. In the next moment, Yi Chin-fong's irresistible voice resounded within his soul sea. This way, please. The white-haired old man's consciousness was controlled by Yi Chin-fong. He respectfully led the two of them to the wormhole and arranged their positions. All right, there's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now. After successfully boarding the spatial wheel to Eternal Heaven City, Yi Chin-fong ordered the white-haired old man to leave. Soon, The wheel of space began to transmit space. Bored to death, the two people sealed off the room and began to whisper sweet nothings to each other. They began to cultivate the 36 styles of acacia. Joyous sounds filled the air as they intimately mixed together, constantly writing a chapter of love. Around 10 days later, Yi Qinfeng and Xiao Wendy, who looked like a golden couple, got off the space wheel and arrived at the core city of the Nihility Zone, Eternal Heaven City. How extravagant! The Eternal Heaven Palace actually built the Eternal Heaven City in midair. After entering the Eternal Heaven Palace, which was suspended on the ground and shrouded in powerful restrictions, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the Eternal Heaven Palace. Just supporting the suspension of the Eternal Heaven City required a large amount of resources. Qingfeng, do we need to get 2 invitations first? Xiao Wendy, whose cheeks were rosy and exuded an enchanting charm, gently hugged Yi Qinfeng's arm and asked, "We're here to take revenge, not to congratulate. We don't need invitations." Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly, his voice filled with killing intent. With his current strength and foundation, he could even kill a 4-star Dao god. Moreover, he had the divine demon Torch Dragon at the Cosmos Realm. He didn't care about the Eternal Heaven Palace anymore. "All right." Xiao Wendy smiled and said, "Should we find a place to stay or walk around?" "Let's walk around. Maybe there won't be an Eternal Heaven City in the future." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng took Xiao Wendy to walk around the Eternal Heaven Palace, which was filled with beautiful scenery and towering buildings. The two of them walked around happily until evening. Then they came to an inn built by the lake and bathed in spiritual fog. They walked in and prepared to rest. "I'm sorry, but our inn has been booked by the Green Sky Clan. You'd better find a place to stay." Just as they walked into the quaint and elegant inn, a charming young woman in a phoenix-patterned cheongsam walked out and said apologetically, "It doesn't matter. Just arrange the best room for us. If the people of the Green Sky Clan find trouble with you, ask them to find me." Yi Qinfeng said lightly. He liked the environment of the inn very much and didn't want to change places. The charming young woman glanced at Yi Qinfeng. She couldn't figure out his background and hesitated. "How about this? You two wait here for a moment. I'll go and report. If the seniors of the Green Sky Clan are willing, I'll arrange a first-class room for you immediately." "Okay." Yi Qinfeng nodded and sat in the lobby with Xiao Wendy. They chatted and waited. Damn it. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he order the Green Sky Clan? After a while, an angry roar was heard. 3 disciples of the Green Sky Clan in dark blue robes appeared in the lobby with angry faces. When the 3 of them saw Xiao Wendy, they immediately felt as if they were looking at a celestial being. Their eyes lit up, revealing a trace of infatuation. "You want to live here?" A tall, fair-skinned disciple of the Green Sky Clan, who thought he was good-looking, smiled arrogantly. He looked at Xiao Wendy's pretty face, which was even more beautiful than fairy Xiao Wendy. "That's right." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "She can live here. Get out of here as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll twist off your head." The disciple of the Green Sky Clan changed his expression instantly. He looked at Yi Qinfeng coldly and ordered without any resistance, "Bang!" As soon as he finished his words, he suddenly felt that there were wrinkles in the space in front of him. A palm radiance that penetrated the space hit his cheek hard and sent him flying. He fell heavily at the door of the inn. A lot of blood and several broken teeth fell to the ground. "You're courting death." The Green Sky Clan was the absolute overlord in the Qinyan realm. Few people dared to humiliate them. Seeing that their companion was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng, the remaining 2 disciples of the Green Sky Clan immediately summoned powerful True Spirit holy treasures and attacked Yi Qinfeng. You think you can do that?" Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly. The will of the way in his body burst forth and turned into a terrifying giant hand of will of the way. It grabbed the two sacred, true spirit treasures that were attacking him. The next moment, Yi Qinfeng's hand suddenly exerted force. The horrible force broke the two true spirit holy treasures and shocked everyone. Who are you? Why did you hurt the disciple of the Green Sky clan and show off here? At this time, a deep voice was heard. A powerful figure in a dark gray robe who had reached the 3-star Heaven Master realm appeared in the lobby. He looked at Yi Qinfeng coldly and said coldly, "Who do you think I am?" Yi Qinfeng sat in the armchair and looked at the powerful figure of the Green Sky clan in silence with a faint smile. "I don't care who you are. You hurt the disciple of the Green Sky clan. You have to give us an explanation." The powerful figure of the Green Sky clan said overbearingly, "Explanation?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "What do you think of this explanation?" As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out a dark golden token with an ancient seal character engraved on it from the universal mirror and threw it to the powerful figure of the Green Sky clan. Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token. After receiving the token thrown by Yi Qinfeng, the powerful figure of the Green Sky clan changed his expression instantly. He looked at Yi Qinfeng, and the anger on his face disappeared. It was replaced by deep fear and respect. The Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token was a unique token of the Imperial Heavenly Clan. Only the direct disciples of the Imperial Heavenly Clan could have it. Although the Green Sky Clan was not a branch of the Imperial Heavenly Clan, the Imperial Heavenly Clan and the Divine Sky Clan were of the same origin. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token, the powerful figure of the Green Sky Clan was afraid. However, he did not know that the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token was obtained by Yi Qinfeng after he killed Huang Wutian. "I didn't know your identity. Please forgive me if I offended you." The powerful figure of the Green Sky clan bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng. He held the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token with both hands and returned it to Yi Qinfeng. "The three of them made me very angry. How do you think I should punish you?" Yi Qinfeng looked at the 3 disciples of the Green Sky clan, who were scared silly, and his voice suddenly turned cold. "What are you waiting for? Kowtow and apologize to the young master." Not to mention them, even the leader of the Green Sky clan, Tianjidao, could not afford to offend the direct disciples of the Imperial Heavenly Clan. The powerful figure of the Green Sky clan sensed the seriousness of the situation and gave an irresistible order. "I'm sorry, young master. We didn't know your identity. Please forgive us." With that, the 3 of them endured the humiliation in their hearts and slapped their faces in front of everyone. They prayed that Yi Qinfeng would forgive them. All right. Now we are qualified to stay here." Yi Qinfeng looked at the 3 of them who were blushing and said coldly, Yes. I have the best room for the 2 of you." The powerful figure of the Green Sky clan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and personally arranged for Yi Qinfeng and Tianjidao to rest in the best room in the inn. A better reading experience. Chapter 1710. A genius remembers in a second. Love goes to love divided by small? Say, provide you with wonderful novels to read. 4th Elder, are they really from the Imperial Sky Clan? After quietly leaving Yi Qinfeng's room, the Green Sky Clan disciple who had half of his face smashed by Yi Qinfeng and blood flowing out of his mouth asked suspiciously, "Not everyone can have the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token. His possession of the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Token is enough to prove his identity." The Almighty of the Green Sky Clan said with lingering fear, "What should we do now?" The disciple of the Green Sky Clan asked worriedly, "Should we inform the clan leader?" It's not a small matter for a direct disciple of the Imperial Sky Clan to come to the Eternal Region. We must inform the clan leader and ask him to make a decision. The Almighty of the Green Sky Clan said solemnly, 4th Elder, when you inform the clan leader, can you not mention that we had a conflict with him? The 3 disciples of the Green Sky clan pleaded. If Tianjidao knew that they had offended a direct disciple of the Imperial Sky clan, he would not spare them. Say, you guys! The 4th elder shook his head and said, I can keep it a secret, but you'd better pray that he won't find trouble with you. The night passed quickly. After a night's rest, Yi Qinfeng and Tianjidao left the inn early the next morning and continued to tour the Eternal Heaven Palace. While they were strolling around the Eternal Celestial Palace, the Green Sky clan had sent many people to protect them in secret to prevent anyone from disturbing them. After a day of touring, Yi Qinfeng and Tianjidao returned to the inn in a good mood and met the 4th elder of the Green Sky clan. In addition to the 4th elder of the Green Sky clan, they also met a familiar person. It was the number 1 genius of the Green Sky clan, Tianyin. You two are in a good mood. I'm Tianyin. Greetings. Tianyin, who was wearing a white robe and had an extraordinary bearing, stood up and said with a faint smile, Tianyin, the number 1 genius of the Green Sky clan. Looking at Tianyin, who had been defeated by Yu Yeming, Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile, It's just a false reputation. It's not enough for you, Tianyin said modestly, but he could not help but show a trace of pride. You're right. The Heaven region is the Heaven region. Your strength can only be considered ordinary in the Heaven Imperial clan. Yi Qinfeng's unceremonious slap to the face made Tianyin very angry, but he didn't dare to do anything. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Why are you not convinced? Yi Qinfeng took in Tianyin's expression. He smiled faintly and said, How about this? If you can block one of my punches without retreating, I will take back my earlier words. Young master, you must be joking. How could Tianyin be a match for young master? The 4th patriarch of the Green Sky clan sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so he immediately stood out to smooth things over. You can't say that. I don't believe that the number 1 genius of the Azure Sky clan doesn't even have the courage to block one of my punches, Yi Qinfeng said without giving up. Since young master is interested, Tianyin will accompany you. Tianyin was ranked 8th in the 100 battles martial competition that had just ended. He also wanted to see just how strong a direct descendant of the Imperial Celestial clan was. That's more like it. Yi Qinfeng smiled. He suddenly took a step forward, shattering a large piece of the hard floor as he punched out at Tianyin. As he punched out, the air in front of Yi Qinfeng constantly exploded. The strength of his fist made Tianyin feel suffocated. When Yi Qinfeng's fist landed on Tianyin's palms, Yi Qinfeng instantly fused with the desolate stone, doubling his strength. Over 40 billion genes of strength shattered Tianyin's defenses and blasted into his arms. With a single punch, Yi Qinfeng sent Tianyin flying, smashing into a distant stone wall with a golden dragon carved on it. The number 1 genius of the Azure Sky clan is only SOSO. How disappointing. After sending Tianyin flying with a single punch, Yi Qinfeng revealed a mocking expression as he spoke with disdain. My Azure Sky clan is convinced by young master's might. The 4th elder of the Azure Sky clan didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's strength to be so terrifying that Tianyin couldn't even withstand a single punch. His face slightly changed as he spoke in awe. All right, stop flattering me. Let me ask you, when will the banquet of the Eternal Heaven Palace be held? Yi Qinfeng asked without a trace of emotion. The day after tomorrow, the 4th elder said in awe. All right, then I'll go with you to the Eternal Heaven Palace to see how strong the number 1 force of the Nihility region is. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng held Xia Wendy's soft and smooth hand. Under Tianyin's furious gaze, they returned to their room to rest. 2 days passed in a flash. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy followed the 4th elder of the Azure Sky clan and Tianyin to the Eternal Heaven Palace in the chariot pulled by the Cyan Wan. At this moment, Tian Yin seemed to have forgotten the unhappiness of the day before. He kept trying to get close to Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. However, what he got in return was ruthless attacks from Yi Qinfeng, which made him quite annoyed and depressed. The zone of nihility was extremely vast, and there are countless sections. In order to please Tsangmeng, almost all the sect leaders of the sects came with gifts to congratulate him. This included the Misty Heaven sect. This time, the sect leader of the Misty Heaven sect, Yu Xian, came with Shui Yishuan and Feng Mulan to congratulate him. Because of the universe ring given by the sword spirit, Yu Xian and Shui Yishuan had both broken through to the one-star Dao Lord realm. Grand Elder Feng Mulan was only one step away from becoming a one-star Dao Lord. It could be said that the Misty Heaven sect had undergone earth-shaking changes in just a little over 10 years, and its strength had improved tremendously. The Misty Heaven sect is here to congratulate you. A loud voice resounded in the joyous Eternal Heaven Palace. Under the guidance of a disciple of the Eternal Heaven Palace, Yu Xian and the others came to the magnificent hall to congratulate Tsangmeng on his breakthrough to the one-star Dao God Realm. Palace Master Tsang, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Dao God Realm. Now, the overall strength of the zone of nihility has become even stronger. Yu Xian placed the gifts he brought on the ground and congratulated him. I like hearing that. I just don't know if sect leader Yu is telling the truth or not. Tsangmeng said with a meaningful smile, I'm telling the truth. Yu Xian's expression changed slightly as he sensed a trace of hostility. The Misty Heaven sect has always followed the lead of the Eternal Heaven Palace. Naturally, we hope that the Eternal Heaven Palace will become stronger and stronger. All right, then I'll believe you, Tsangmeng said with a smile. Then he looked at the cold and beautiful Shui Yishuan and said, Sect leader Yu, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you'll agree to it? Please say it, Palace Master Tsang. As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely agree. Yu Xian knew that Tsangmeng was dissatisfied with the rapid development of the Misty Heaven sect over the past few years. He had been trying to eliminate Yu Xian's hostility. I like Shui Yishuan very much. I want to take her as my concubine. I wonder if you'll agree? Tsangmeng said directly. This. As soon as Tsangmeng finished speaking, Yu Xian, Shui Yishuan, and the others' expressions changed. Shui Yishuan's face was filled with anger. If it weren't for Tsangmeng's terrifying strength and her scruples, she would have already turned hostile. What? You don't agree? Tsangmeng smiled and said aggressively, Sect leader Yu, you just said that you'll agree to my request. Now, you're going back on your word. It seems that you don't take the Eternal Heaven Palace seriously. Then, I'll be treated like a monkey. Reading a better reading experience. Chapter 1711. A genius remembers in 1 second. Love, go, /small. Say, I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Palace Master Tsang, I wouldn't dare to trick you. However, Yishuan means a lot to the Ethereal Heaven sect. I would like to hand the Ethereal Heaven sect over to her in the near future. Forgive me for not being able to make the decision for her marriage. Yu Xian did not expect Tsangmeng to make such an unreasonable request. Although he was furious, he did not dare to do anything. Palace Master Yu, are you saying that I am not good enough for Shui Yishuan? Tsangmeng sneered and said, You are right. You are not good enough for her. As the atmosphere became stifling, the gazes of everyone in the hall turned to Shui Yishuan, whose face was flushed red with anger. Just as she was about to leave, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy came to the main hall of the Eternal Heaven Palace, accompanied by the people of the Green Sky clan. Who are you? Who are you to speak here? Tsangmeng said. He did not expect that someone would dare to offend him for the Ethereal Heaven sect at this critical moment. Palace Master Tsang, please be polite. The fourth elder of the Green Sky clan said, This young master is from the Imperial Sky Clan. He is a direct disciple of the Imperial Sky Clan. Imperial Sky Clan. Song Mang's face changed when he found out about Yi Qinfeng's identity. Although he had broken through to the one-star Dao God realm, he was nothing compared to the Imperial Sky Clan, which was an overlord of the Void God realm. If the Imperial Sky Clan wanted to kill him, they only needed to say a word. "Are you scolding me?" Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. No, I didn't know who you were. Please forgive me," Song Mang quickly explained. "What if I don't forgive you?" Yi Qinfeng said coldly. He was here to cause trouble. "Young master, Palace Master Song means you no harm. Please don't be angry," the fourth elder of the Green Sky Clan added. "Besides, Palace Master Song is very close to the Green Sky Clan. Could you do us a favor and not make things difficult for Palace Master Song?" Yi Qinfeng turned his head slightly, looked at the fourth elder of the Green Sky Clan, and said coldly, "You think I am making things difficult for him?" No, young master, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that I hope young master can be magnanimous and not bicker with Palace Master Song. I think he knows his mistake." Although the fourth elder of the Green Sky Clan sensed something unusual, he didn't think too much about it. He just kept dealing with them. "Who is this person? Why do I feel like I know him?" Shui Yixian, who had been pushed to the side, secretly looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had stood up for her. Although Yi Qinfeng's appearance was very unfamiliar, she didn't know why, but the more she looked at Yi Qinfeng, the more familiar he felt, as if she should know him. "I'm a narrow-minded person. If anyone dares to scold me, I'll crush them to death," Yi Qinfeng said coldly. The aura around him grew stronger, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become more oppressive and tense. "Are you really from the Imperial Sky Clan?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A man in a snow-white robe, with a body as straight as a steel spear and a sharp look on his face, walked over with Tianyin accompanying him. The number one genius of the Green Sky Clan, Tianyin, was accompanying the white-robed man. "Tian Wufa." Looking at the handsome white-robed man, Yi Qinfeng curled his lips and said coldly, "Do you think that I'm not from the Imperial Sky Clan? Then do you know me?" Unable to go under the sky, said arrogantly as he sized up Yi Qinfeng, "Tian Wufa, before I get angry, you'd better scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you," Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. Tian Wufa frowned. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to say his name. However, after looking at Yi Qinfeng, he realized that he had never seen him in the Imperial Sky Clan. More importantly, Yi Qinfeng didn't have the unique aura of an expert from the Imperial Sky Clan. "Just who are you?" Tian Wufa suppressed the anger in his heart and wanted to figure out Yi Qinfeng's identity. "Tian Wufa, do you think that I don't dare to touch you?" Yi Qinfeng warned coldly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't scram, don't blame me for twisting your dog head off." "Mother ***, you're courting death." Tian Wufa was known as the number 2 genius of the Divine Sky Clan in the past 100 years. His talent and strength were second only to Tian Qinyin. When he heard Yi Qinfeng insult him again and again, he was completely enraged. Tian Wufa had just finished speaking when there was a flash of light in front of him. Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of him and ruthlessly swung his palm at his face. Yi Qinfeng's palm swung over. Tian Wufa instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the instant that he dodged, Yi Qinfeng's palm suddenly accelerated and ruthlessly struck his face. Pow! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Yi Qinfeng had sped up time by 10 times and ruthlessly swung his palm at Tian Wufa's face, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. Tian Wufa's handsome face immediately turned red and swollen, and large amounts of blood flowed out. Silence, absolute silence. Seeing Tian Wufa being sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's palm and crashing into the ground in such a sorry state, The chaotic hall immediately became deathly silent. Pairs of shocked eyes shot toward Yi Qinfeng. "Motherfucker, I'll kill you." Tian Wufa had never suffered such humiliation before. Like an enraged lion, he crawled up from the ground and slashed at Yi Qinfeng with his extreme light sword. "With just you!" Yi Qinfeng coldly sneered. Light flashed beneath his feet as he charged at Tian Wufa. "Die for me!" As Yi Qinfeng charged over, Tian Wufa poured all his Dao energy into his extreme light sword and slashed with all his strength. He wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng and vent the hatred in his heart. Just as the extreme light sword, infused with powerful Dao intent, was about to strike Yi Qinfeng used his sword steps to dodge the attack and appear next to him. As Tian Wufa instinctively reacted and used all his strength to change his move, Yi Qinfeng's palm once more slapped his face and sent him flying. "Trash! You can't even touch the corner of my clothes, let alone talk about killing me." Yi Qinfeng disdainfully looked at Tian Wufa, who was lying on the ground like a dog, and spoke with disdain. "Bloodline ignition." Tian Wufa was mad with anger. He ignited his powerful bloodline and unsealed a powerful force in his body, forcibly raising his strength to the one-star celestial god realm. In the next moment, a low-grade, transcendent sage treasure, the 8 trigrams disc, appeared above his head and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. "Trash is trash. No matter how many trump cards you have, it's useless." With a single thought, Yi Qinfeng fused the divine blood pearl, chaos essence pearl, and desolate stone, forcibly raising his strength to the 2-star Dao divinity realm. He wielded the Sky Piercer halberd, which weighed several 100 million jin, that he obtained from killing Huang Wutian, and slashed at Tian Wufa. "You, who are you? Why do you have Huang Wutian's heavenly halberd?" Tian Wufa had a good relationship with Huang Wutian, so he immediately recognized that the heavenly halberd in Yi Qinfeng's hand was Huang Wutian's. His expression changed as he shouted, "When you go to hell, you can ask Huang Wutian personally and find out who I am." Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice. The heavenly halberd in his hand slashed down fiercely. The frightening attack shattered the attack of the 8 trigrams plate. A frightening will of the way fell down like a mountain. Pum! The heavenly halberd and Tian Wufa's extreme light sword collided, creating a powerful rebound force. The terrifying power passed through the extreme light sword and madly poured into his body, causing his skin to split open and his blood vessels to burst open. He was constantly pushed back. "Goodbye." Tian Wufa forcibly stabilized his body. Just as he was about to counterattack, Yi Qinfeng's entire body fused with the heavenly halberd, and the halberd slashed down, causing space to collapse. The terrifying power slashed the extreme light sword and viciously cut Tian Wufa in half. Reading, an even better reading experience. Chapter 1712. Dead. Tian Wufa is dead. Looking at the scene of Tian Wu being killed by Yi Qinfeng's halberd, Tianyin's eyes widened in shock. Not only was Tianyin dumbfounded, many experts who knew Tian Wufa and his identity were also dumbfounded. They looked at Yi Qinfeng with fear and shock. There were even people who suspected Yi Qinfeng's identity. After all, the reason why the celestial race was so strong was because they were unprecedentedly united. They rarely had internal strife, not to mention that Tian Wufa was not an ordinary person. He was someone the celestial race focused on nurturing, and there was even hope for him to break through to the heavenly god realm in the near future. "You, just who are you?" Several thoughts flashed through Tianyin's mind, and the way he looked at Yi Qinfeng changed slightly. At this moment, he had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng was most likely not someone from the celestial race. The reason he had the celestial ancient token was because he had most likely killed Huang Wutian. Otherwise, Huang Wutian's weapon would not be in his hands. "What, Tianyin, are you suspecting my identity?" Yi Qinfeng held the halberd that weighed several 100 million kilograms. He turned his head slightly and looked at the gloomy Tianyin as he questioned coldly. No, I'm just curious why Brother Wu Tian's halberd is in your hands. Also, you clearly know Brother Wu Fa's identity, but you still killed him. This is very unusual. I suspect that you are not someone from the celestial race. Tianyin took a deep breath and braced himself. Who are you to have the qualifications to suspect me? Yi Qinfeng sneered. If you speak any more nonsense, I'll send you to hell. You! Hearing Yi Qinfeng's blatant threat, Tianyun's face turned ugly. However, the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing Tian Wufa had deeply shocked him, and he did not dare to act rashly. Junior, you're courting death. Just as Yi Qinfeng was intimidating everyone, a furious roar rang out. A 3-star celestial deity, realm old man with snow-white hair and sunken eyes arrived at the malevolent heavenly palace with several experts of the divine Sky Clan. They sealed off all of Yi Qinfeng's escape routes and launched a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. They hadn't expected to receive a message from Tianyin so soon after separating from Tian Lawless, informing them of Tian Lawless' death. Tian Qingyun's death had already caused the upper echelons of the divine Sky Clan to be furious. Now that Tian Tianwu had died, the white-haired old man and the others felt like they were going crazy. We don't know who will die yet. Yi Qinfeng did not dodge the attacks. Instead, he summoned the primitive Tao embryo and used its strong defense to nullify the danger. Boom! The white-haired old man and the others clashed with the attack of the primitive Tao embryo, and an earth-shattering power erupted. The terrifying power shattered the coiling dragon pillars, and the great hall that the eternal heavenly palace had painstakingly built collapsed. Huang Wutian's primitive Tao embryo. The primitive Tao embryo was extremely rare, and coupled with its special aura, the white-haired old man and the others could tell that the primitive Tao embryo that Yi Qinfeng had summoned was Huang Wutian's. Yi Qinfeng, so you're Yi Qinfeng. Tianyin and the others did not know the secret, but the white-haired old man and the others knew that the Imperial Sky Clan had been killed by Yi Qinfeng. Seeing Yi Qinfeng summon the primitive Tao embryo and the sky piercer in his hand, the white-haired old man and the others could basically confirm his identity. Chengfeng! Shui Yishuan's eyes lit up, and a trace of excitement appeared on her cold face. Yishuan, don't be rash. Now is not the time for us to recognize Chengfeng. Although the Misty Heaven sect was much stronger than before, compared to the overlords of the Void God world, there was still a gap between heaven and earth. If others knew about the relationship between Yi Qinfeng and the Misty Heaven sect, it would definitely bring disaster to the Misty Heaven sect. Sect Master, do you think Chengfeng will be fine? Shui Yishuan bit her wet lips lightly and asked worriedly, Don't worry. Have you forgotten that Chengfeng is the first place of the 100 battle competition? Even a genius like Tian Qingyun was killed by him. Do you think these people in front of you can threaten him? The news of Yi Qinfeng winning first place in the 100 battle martial competition had long since spread throughout the heaven region. When they first learned of this news, Yu Xian and the others had suspected that the Yi Qinfeng who won first place in the 100 battle martial competition was not the Yi Qinfeng they knew. But now it seemed that they were the same person. Since you are all here, let me send you to the afterlife. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the divine demon torch dragon, chaos divine beast, and the spiritual fish. Divine demon, that divine demon. Looking at the divine demon torch dragon, Yu Xian's eyes widened. He recognized the divine demon torch dragon at a glance, and his heart was in turmoil. Yi Qinfeng, did he really ascend from the lower realms? Yu Xian found himself increasingly unable to see through Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was like an unsolvable fog, concealing far too many secrets. Kill! As Yi Qinfeng roared, he ignited the primordial blood and the 2 sacred true soul flames, forcibly raising his strength to the pinnacle of the 3-star Tao gods. His physical strength neared 100 billion units, and his terrifying battle prowess instantly suppressed the white-haired old man, who was the strongest among them. "Palace Master Tsang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and summon the trump card of your eternal heaven palace. If we can't kill him, we will all die today." The fourth elder of the azure sky race ordered in exasperation. "Our last trump card." The eternal heaven palace had been able to stand strong in the nihility zone for countless years, and they did have powerful trump cards that no one knew about. However, the cost of using them was too great. Once an accident happened, the foundation of the eternal heaven palace would be greatly reduced. This was a price they could not afford to pay. Boom! As the fourth elder of the azure sky race roared, the divine demon torch dragon stabbed with the 8 ferocious spear. 100 billion kilograms of strength turned into a dragon, tearing the space apart. The fourth elder smelled the strong scent of death. With his life hanging by a thread, the fourth elder kept using powerful trump cards to defend himself, fighting for time to escape. However, the gap between his strength and the divine demon torch dragons was too big. His defensive trump cards could not block the 8 ferocious spear at all, and the divine demon torch dragon pierced through his body. Ah! A painful scream rang out. The power gushing out of the 8 ferocious spear shattered the fourth elder of the azure sky race, turning him into a cloud of blood mist and dying on the spot. After killing the fourth elder, the divine demon torch dragon continued to slaughter the experts of the azure sky race and the eternal heaven palace. The 2 primitive embryos of Taoism, the spiritual fish, the divine beast of chaos, and the bloody skull also relied on powerful treasures to harvest the lives of their enemies. Soon, the entire eternal heaven palace was flooded with blood. A large amount of blood gathered together and turned into streams of blood. Broken limbs and minced flesh were scattered all over the ground, turning the place into a purgatory on earth. The major forces who came to attend the banquet had never dreamed that such an unforeseen event would happen on this joyous day of the eternal heaven palace. Judging from the forces controlled by Yi Qinfeng, they felt that the eternal heaven palace was doomed. Chapter 1713. Geniuses remember love go little in a second? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Tianyin, where do you think you're going? Yi Qinfeng, who was fighting the white-haired old man, immediately ordered the primitive Tao embryo to stop the number 1 genius of the Azure Sky clan when he saw that Tianyin was trying to escape. He wanted to kill Tianyin and end the future of the Azure Sky clan. Yi Qinfeng, my Azure Sky clan has no intention of becoming enemies with you. Please show mercy and let me go. Tianyin was only a peak 6-star Tao Lord, so he couldn't resist the primitive Tao embryo's attacks at all. When his attacks were completely suppressed, and he was in danger, he had no choice but to admit defeat and beg Yi Qinfeng to spare his life. You'll definitely die. Yi Qinfeng never showed mercy to his enemies. He diverted some of his attention to order the primitive Tao embryo to attack fiercely, heavily injuring Tianyin and ending his life. Bang! When Tianyin used all his trump cards to block the ferocious attack of the primitive Tao embryo, the primitive Tao embryo suddenly opened its mouth and spat out 2 extremely powerful beams of primitive Tao light that bombarded Tianyin's head. It directly exploded his head, crushed his soul, and killed him on the spot. Yi Qinfeng, just you wait. My Divine Sky Clan will definitely annihilate your entire clan. The situation was completely out of control. The white-haired old man had the intention to retreat, and he wanted to leave after saying those words. That day won't come. Yi Qinfeng said coldly. He suddenly sped up the flow of time by 10 times and blocked the white-haired old man's path. After that, the Saint Realm Sword Spirit slashed down from the sky like an invincible red glow that enveloped the space. It sealed the white-haired old man's escape route and forced him to retreat. Cosmos Sword Formation. Slash! In the instant that the white-haired old man retreated, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Cosmos Sword Matrix and merged them together, transforming them into an invincible Cosmos Sword. powerful will of the great path slashed towards the white-haired old man, shattering his defensive trump card and ruthlessly slashing his body. Although the white-haired old man used his Transcendent Saint battle armor to neutralize most of the Chinquan giant sword's attack, the terrifying remaining power still shattered all the meridians in his body, causing him to fall to the ground from mid-air. Just as the heavily injured, white-haired old man's life was in danger, a pitch-black coffin engraved with a large number of ancient life runes flew over at an extremely fast speed, slamming into Yi Qinfeng. Boom! Yi Qinfeng punched out, and hundreds of billions of genes of strength exploded forth, like a torrential flood, slamming into the black ancient coffin. The terrifying strength constantly blocked the black ancient coffin's ferocious attacks, and even caused cracks to appear on the ancient coffin's hard surface. The ancient black coffin cracked open, and a large amount of black death aura surged out through the cracks, directly dyeing the space within a radius of several miles black. The death chi in the air was attracted and rushed into the ancient coffin, causing the death chi in the ancient coffin to become even denser. Kacha! The coffin's cracked lid was pushed open by a pitch-black hand, and Yi Qinfeng saw a skeleton in a black robe slowly sit up. Its hollow eyes emitted a faint light, causing people to tremble in fear. Bah! I didn't expect the Eternal Celestial Palace to actually have a skeleton guarding it. Looking at the skeleton slowly walking out of the ancient black coffin, Yi Qinfeng recognized it with a single glance. It was the zombie King Ba, and from the death chi emitted from its body, its strength had reached the peak of the 3-star ghost god. Extremely terrifying. Heaven escape. When the white-haired old man discovered that Yi Qinfeng's attention was attracted by the zombie King Ba in the distance, he did not hesitate to use the God Sky clan's escape card, burning his powerful blood and chi to escape into a special trajectory in order to escape. I told you, you can escape. The god-devouring brain had undergone many transformations and had become extremely powerful. The instant the white-haired old man tried to escape, Yi Qinfeng suddenly blocked his escape route and instantly attacked with the demon's sealing sword, interweaving with sharp sword lights, sealing off all escape routes, and once again forcing him to retreat. Xian Tian Divine Canon, Heaven's Punishment. Seeing how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was, the white-haired old man knew that if he did not go all out, he might really die here. He immediately burned all the blood in his body and used the strongest move he knew to attack Yi Qinfeng. The instant the white-haired old man attacked, the skeleton Ba also slashed over with a pair of white-boned sacred weapons, wanting to kill Yi Qinfeng together. Infinite primal chaos! The white-haired old man transformed into Heaven's Punishment, and the skeleton Ba attacked with a powerful, ghostly aura. Yi Qinfeng's aura surged, and the towering shadow of the chaotic divine tree appeared on his body. He slashed out with his sword, and all the Tao will, golden soul power, and chaotic power merged together, turning into an invincible light of energy, shattering the space. Like a roaring dragon, it collided with the white-haired old man's and the skeleton Ba's attacks. Boom! 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 The 3 powerful attacks collided in midair, setting off monstrous waves. The terrifying power continued to destroy the space above the Eternal Celestial Palace, and cracks appeared on the activated array. The famous buildings in the Eternal Celestial Palace, which had experienced many vicissitudes of life, could not withstand the impact of the surging shock waves and began to collapse. Poof! Facing Yi Qinfeng's infinite primal chaos attack head-on, the white-haired old man felt his body tremble, and the rolling chaotic power surged into his body, destroying his flesh and worsening his injuries. Although the skeleton Ba's defense was stronger than the white-haired old man, it could not withstand the infinite primal chaos attack head-on. Its black robe was torn apart, and cracks appeared on its white bone body. His injuries continued to worsen. Ignoring his injuries, the white-haired old man once again used Heaven Escape to escape. However, under Yi Qinfeng's tenfold time flow and unpredictable speed, the white-haired old man could not break out at all. He was forced to retreat again and again by Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks. One of his arms was cut off by the demon's sealing sword, and his combat power dropped rapidly. "Junior, even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me." The white-haired old man despaired as his escape route was completely blocked by Yi Qinfeng. He roared unwillingly and burned his saint spirit to use the indiscriminate destruction move, wanting to perish together with Yi Qinfeng. The highly intelligent skeleton Ba did not miss such a good opportunity. It deduced the ghostly power in its body to the extreme, and its huge skeleton body turned into a pair of invincible, ghostly soldiers, slashing at Yi Qinfeng. The way of equipment manipulation. Feeling the terrifying power of these two attacks, Yi Qinfeng did not hold back anymore. He used the way of equipment manipulation, activating more than 300 ancestral patterns in the demon's sealing sword, and used the godless sword to meet the attack. As the sword pierced out, the space within a radius of several miles turned pitch black. All the light in the entire space was swallowed up by the godless sword that cut through space. It was as if time had stopped in the entire space, leaving only this invincible divine sword that could cut through everything. Poof! The white-haired old man's indiscriminate destruction move was torn apart. Before the saint spirit in his body could explode, Yi Qinfeng used the godless sword to split open his body, killing him. Then Yi Qinfeng, whose might was not reduced in the slightest, continued to press forward. Once again, his sword broke through skeleton demon's attack and fiercely pierced into his chest. A frightening Tao insight and a power of over 100 billion kilograms surged madly into his body, shattering the white bones in his body. The attacks forced him to retreat repeatedly. Saint-level sword soul, destroy! When the demon's sealing sword tore through skeleton Ba's body like a hot knife through butter, the saint-level sword spirit descended from the sky. It shone with boundless red light as it cleaved apart skeleton Ba's skeletal body, shattering his intelligence and life, destroying the eternal celestial palace's greatest trump card. Perfect anti-theft chapter. Please use the search engine to search for the keywords "read" for a better reading experience. Chapter 1714. Retreat. Quickly retreat to the ancestral vein. After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing the white-haired old man and skeleton Ba, Eternal Celestial Palace Master Vastmang's heart trembled. He quickly led the surviving disciples of Eternal Celestial Palace to the ancestral vein, hoping to seek protection there. If you don't want to die, leave Eternal Celestial Palace at once. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the retreating vast expanse and the others and warned them in a loud voice. Witnessing the terror of Yi Qinfeng's group, the experts from the various forces fled in panic. Yu Xian, Shui Xuan, and the others didn't dare to reveal their relationship with Yi Qinfeng, so they followed the crowd and left the eternal heavenly palace, which was filled with a thick stench of blood. Activate the ancestral formation. Skeleton Ba's death made Vastmang lose his mind. After escaping to the ancestral ground, he immediately activated the ancestral formation, hoping to use its power to fight against Yi Qinfeng and the others. What a powerful ancestral formation! Yi Qinfeng immediately sensed the power of the ancestral ground deep within Eternal Celestial Palace. His eyes lit up. He did not expect the ancestral ground of Eternal Celestial Palace to be so powerful and ancient. He estimated that it had been nurtured for hundreds of millions of years. Yi Qinfeng, Eternal Celestial Palace, does not wish to be your enemy. If you are willing to stop, I will let you go to the treasure vault of Eternal Celestial Palace and choose 10 treasures to take away. Although the ancestral formation's protection gave Vastmang some peace of mind, he knew that if Yi Qinfeng did not leave, they would never be able to escape from this crisis. After I kill you, your treasure vault of Eternal Celestial Palace will not be mine. Yi Qinfeng sneered, unmoved. Yi Qinfeng, if you are willing to let us go, Eternal Celestial Palace will listen to your orders. Helpless, vast Mang could only swallow the humiliation in his heart and submit. All right, then I will give you a chance to live. Yi Qinfeng smiled. Open your ancestral runes and give me your ancestral vein. Then I'll spare your lives. Yi Qinfeng, are you really going to fight to the death with my Eternal Celestial Palace? The ancestral vein was Eternal Celestial Palace's last hope. If Yi Qinfeng took it away, Eternal Celestial Palace would be wiped out by other forces in the near future. Fight to the death? You think you're worthy? Yi Qinfeng sneered. My patience is limited. If you open the ancestral formation now, I will give you a way out. If you insist on resisting, then don't blame me for being merciless. Fine, fine. Yi Qinfeng, you forced our hand. I'd like to see how you're going to break the ancestral formation of our Eternal Celestial Palace. Vast Expanse gritted his teeth and continued to force out more blood, which he sent into the ancestral spell formation, increasing its power as he prepared to fight to the death. Senior, please use all your strength to attack the ancestral formation and test the power of the ancestral runes. Although the power of the ancestral mark before him was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng believed that he had the strength to break through it. All right, the burly fiend god Torch Dragon nodded and approached the ancestral formation with the 8 fiends' war spear in his hand. The fiend god Torch Dragon roared and poured all his strength into the 8 fiends' war spear. With a thrust, a powerful spear light shot into the ancestral formation like a mad dragon. Suddenly, the ancestral formation, which covered a radius of dozens of miles, surged with large amounts of ancestral runes. It held up a part of the world and annihilated the fiend god Torch Dragon's spear attack. After that, the fiend god Torch Dragon continued to attack. Spear light pierced into the ancestral formation and shook the ancestral runes. However, the ancestral formation formed by the ancestral veins was so powerful that the fiend god Torch Dragon's continuous attacks could not break it. This made Vast Expanse and the others who were hiding in the ancestral formation breathe a sigh of relief. However, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce the changes in the ancestral formation, looking for a way to break it. After many evolutions, the God-Eater brain's ability to deduce had reached a terrifying level. Under its repeated deductions, large amounts of light runes appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind. These light runes were exactly the same as the ancestral runes in the ancestral formation. Senior, attack these 3 points. Yi Qinfeng's hands moved quickly and formed 3 light spots on the surface of the ancestral formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Locking his eyes on the 3 light spots, the fiend god Torch Dragon attacked with all his might. The terrifying spear light struck the 3 light spots almost simultaneously. Ka-ka-ka! Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds were heard. A large number of cracks spread rapidly with the 3 light spots as the center. And this change caused Vast Expanse and the others' hearts to clench. If the ancestral formation was broken, then all that awaited them was death. How could this be? Just where did this Yi Qinfeng come from? How did he find the connection points of the ancestral formation in such a short time? Vast Expanse looked through the ancestral formation and saw Yi Qinfeng controlling the God-Eater brain with his eyes closed. The unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Senior, attack these 5 points. After controlling the God-Eater brain to deduce a few more points, Yi Qinfeng had the fiend god Torch Dragon attack them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the fiend god Torch Dragon's all-out attacks, the cracks in the ancestral formation grew larger and larger. Terrifying strength constantly tore at the ancestral runes, causing the ancestral veins to become restless. It was like an ancient divine dragon was about to awaken and destroy the world. Chengfeng, we have to be careful. If they are driven into a corner and detonate the ancestral vein, We might all die. The fiend god, torch dragon, solemnly exhorted as it understood the destructive power of the ancestral veins explosion. Senior, don't worry. It's not easy to detonate the ancestral vein, and I won't give them the chance to do so. As he spoke, Yi Chin Feng controlled the God-Eater brain to continue to deduce the connection points of the ancestral formation. Seconds turned into minutes, and soon a day had passed. With the help of the God-Eater brain, Yi Chin Feng found more than 30 connection points of the ancestral formation. Together with the fiend god Torch Dragon, they tore apart a corner of the ancestral formation. When the ancestral formation was broken, Yi Chin Feng and the fish's primitive Tao embryos immediately flew in. They entered the ancestral formation and approached the restless ancestral vein. When the two primitive Tao embryos approached the ancestral vein, they were attacked by a large number of ancestral runes. However, as the primitive Tao embryos were too tough, the attacks couldn't harm them at all. Withstanding the attacks, the two primitive Tao embryos arrived at the ancestral vein that was crazily releasing energy. At this moment, two extremely terrifying waves of ancestral runes descended from the sky and slammed into the two primitive Tao embryos like two towering mountains. The terrifying power cracked their heads and caused their bodies to sink deeper into the ground. After sinking into the ground, the two primitive Tao embryos were immediately attacked by the ancestral runes, trying to destroy them. The two primitive Tao embryos didn't seem to be afraid of the ancestral runes attacks at all. They stimulated their acupoints and released a powerful devouring power, devouring the ancestral vein and increasing their strength. At this moment, Yi Chin Feng and the fiend god Torch Dragon stopped their attacks and distanced themselves from the ancestral vein, waiting in silence. Palace Master, what should we do now? The people of the Eternal Heaven Palace didn't notice the continuous loss of the ancestral runes and asked through telepathy. I've already sent a distress signal to the Azure Sky Race, and they have already reported this to the Imperial Sky Race and the Divine Sky Race. As long as we can hold on until the reinforcements arrive, Yi Chin Feng will be dead for sure. Song Mang looked at Yi Chin Feng fiercely and said coldly. Song Mang had placed all his hopes on the ancestral vein's ancient formation. While waiting for reinforcements, he suddenly felt the ancestral vein's energy dropping rapidly. Sensing this change, Song Mang immediately sensed through the ancestral vein and found the two primitive Tao embryos devouring the ancestral vein. His expression changed drastically, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. How dare you devour the ancestral vein of the Eternal Heaven Palace? I'll take you down with me. P.S. I'll post a picture of Mama Yi shaking the heavens tomorrow. If you want to see it, please add me on WeChat. YLTY83. Chapter 1715. Genius 1, second, remember, love, go, /small. Say, providing you with a wonderful novel to read. Ancestral vein, explode! Vast expanse roared as he forcefully detonated the ancestral veins around the two primitive Tao embryos, intending to blow them apart. Boom! Boom! Part of the ancestral veins exploded, releasing an earth-shattering destructive force that wreaked havoc on the primitive Tao embryos' bodies. Huge cracks also appeared on the impregnable ancestral formation due to the explosion of the ancestral vein. Just as the ancestral veins were in chaos, Yi Chin Feng flapped his sword wings and flew over at lightning speed. He ignited his primordial bloodline and exploded with hundreds of billions of kilograms of strength to force his way through the cracks and into the ancestral formation. Yi Chin Feng, go to hell! Vast expanses, face twisted when he saw Yi Chin Feng barge in. He was about to continue detonating the ancestral veins and blast Yi Chin Feng to death. We don't know who's going to die yet. Yi Chin Feng locked his gaze on vast expanse and through the demon's ceiling, soared with all his might. It tore through the chaotic space and shot towards vast expanse. Vast expanse's expression changed slightly when he sensed the aura of death from the demon's ceiling sword. He wanted to dodge decisively. However, The moment he dodged, the demon sealing sword suddenly changed its attack trajectory and attacked in the direction he was dodging. At this critical moment, Vast Expanse activated all his potential and dodged continuously in a short period of time. He wanted to avoid the demon sealing sword's killing blow. However, the demon sealing sword was controlled by the awakened demon spirit and was completely locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid the demon sealing sword's attack. In the end, the demon sealing sword pierced through Vast Expanse's body and turned him into a mist of blood. He died on the spot. No, don't kill us. We're willing to submit. Vast Expanse, who had broken through to the one-star Tao God realm, was killed by Yi Qinfeng in a single strike. The other Eternal Celestial Palace experts were scared silly and chose to submit in order to survive. All of you, stay where you are. If anyone dares to move or play any tricks, don't blame me for destroying them. Yi Qinfeng wasn't a bloodthirsty person. After killing the Vast Expanse, he didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, he summoned his supreme-grade Empyrean Sage item, the Devil Seal Sword, which floated in midair to intimidate the experts of the Eternal Heavenly Palace. As they madly devoured the ancestral vein of the Eternal Celestial Palace, the strength of the two primitive Tao embryos rose steadily. This was especially true for the Spirit Fish's primitive Tao embryo, which quickly broke through to the Tao Lord level. Days passed. About 10 days later, the ancestral vein of Eternity Heaven Palace withered. The powerful ancestral rhyme was completely devoured by the two embryos of Tao. After devouring the ancestral bloodline, the power of the two original embryos of Tao had reached a terrifying level. The original embryo of Tao of the Spirit Fish had reached the level of peak level 1-star Tao God, while Yi Qinfeng's original embryo of Tao had reached the level of peak level 4-star Tao God. Not bad, not bad. After devouring the ancestral vein of Eternity Heaven Palace, the primitive Tao embryo broke through to the level of 1-star Tao God. If it devours the ancestral veins of Azure Sky Clan and Heavenly Imperial Clan, I wonder if it can reach the level of 6 divine Tao God. Feeling the increase in the strength of the primitive Tao embryo, Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile. He left the deathly forbidden area of Eternity Heaven Palace and went straight to the treasure vault. After plundering the vault, he left with the god-fiend Torch Dragon, Xiao Wendy, and the others. Soon, the news of Eternity Heaven Palace's destruction spread throughout the entire Nihility region. Yi Qinfeng's name resounded throughout the Heaven region. Almost everyone knew about him. 9 Clarities Mountain and the Heavenly Tao Holy Ground were even more frightened. They closed their doors, fearing that Yi Qinfeng would find trouble with them. Just as the entire Nihility region was talking about Yi Qinfeng changed his appearance after Eternity Heaven Palace's destruction. He and Xia Wendy crossed the vast land and arrived at the Ethereal Heaven Sect. My 2 friends, the Ethereal Heaven Sect, has been rejecting all guests recently. Please come again after some time. When Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy arrived at the Ethereal Immortal Mountain, they were immediately stopped by the Ethereal Heaven Sect's disciples. We are not outsiders. We are disciples of the Ethereal Heaven Sect's Snow Palace. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. He took out his identity medallion with Xia Wendy and entered misty Immortal Mountain. Such dense heavenly Ling Qi. The Ethereal Heaven Sect has changed a lot in these years. After entering the Ethereal Immortal Mountain, Yi Qinfeng found that the immortal Ling Qi in the mountain was getting denser and denser. It was so dense that one would feel invigorated by just smelling it. As they flew deeper into the mountain, Yi Qinfeng found that there were many auspicious beasts living in the mountain. They breathed out auspicious light and added to the immortal Qi. Third senior sister. When Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy arrived at the Snow Palace, they saw a beautiful figure deep within the palace. She was practicing her sword beneath an endless waterfall. Yi Qinfeng's body flickered as he flew over. Who is it? Feeling a sharp aura approach, Yulanqin's expression changed. She grasped the water moon's sacred sword and fiercely attacked. In an instant, countless sharp sword shadows interweaved, rushing towards Yi Qinfeng like an endless tide. Buzz! Just as Yulanqin's tidal shadow sword was about to chop down on Yi Qinfeng, the entire space around them trembled. A sharp sword shadow split from Yi Qinfeng's body, breaking apart the tidal shadow sword and slashing towards Yulanqin. After cultivating for so many years, Yulanqin had used the resources of the ethereal immortal realm to greatly increase her strength. She had broken through to the 4-star Dao Emperor realm. Her slender figure flashed as she dodged Yi Qinfeng's attack. She reappeared in the air, grasping her water moon's sacred sword and continuing to attack Yi Qinfeng. With Yulanqin's strength rising sharply, the power of her tidal shadow sword grew even greater. Under her full strength, the entire space around her seemed to transform into an angry tide. Wave after wave of attacks came at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to engulf him in this tide of sword shadows. Inside the tidal shadow swords, Yi Qinfeng wasn't afraid at all. His hands moved quickly, intertwining with each other to form a sharp sword shadow, continuously neutralizing the tidal shadow swords. Yi Qinfeng and Yulanqin's battle in the depths of the Snow Palace had caused a great commotion. It had alarmed Shui Piaomiao and the others, causing them to rush to the back mountains to investigate. Master, you can see just who is fighting with Lan Xan? Their strength is actually so terrifying. Red Brook softly asked as she watched Yi Qinfeng break through Yulanqin's attacks. She couldn't help but be disappointed by his strength. Red Brook, don't you feel that the person fighting with Lan Xan is familiar? Shui Piaomiao whispered as she stared at Yi Qinfeng in the distance. Familiar? Red Brook blinked her large, beautiful eyes. She looked at Yi Qinfeng from afar, lost in thought. Striped Butterfly greets Palace Master Snow, Senior Apprentice, Sister Red Brook. At this time, Xia Striped Butterfly stepped through the void and arrived in front of Shui Piaomiao. She respectfully bowed. Striped Butterfly. Shui Piaomiao's eyes widened. Her cold and arrogant face revealed a deep excitement. You are Striped Butterfly, then he is. Qingfeng saw third senior apprentice, sister practicing the sword, so he decided to compare notes with her. Xia Striped Butterfly faintly smiled as she explained. Qingfeng. Hearing Xia Striped Butterfly's words from afar, Yulanqin's frown immediately relaxed. She revealed a bewitching smile and used her strongest move to attack Yi Qinfeng. Misty Great Dao Sword. With a slash of her sword, the Dao intent within her body was deduced to the limit. A terrifying sword light evolved into an invincible great Dao that cut towards Yi Qinfeng. Facing Yulanqin's misty great Dao sword, Yi Qinfeng's hands quickly moved, turning into a sharp sword light that met the attack. A fierce collision occurred in the air, and the terrifying power of the collision alarmed the entire Misty Heaven sect. Perfect Anti-Theft Chapter. Please use the search engine to search for the key words read. Chapter 1716. Geniuses remember, love go little in 1 second? Say, providing you with a wonderful novel to read. Who could cause such great destruction in Misty Mountain? Feeling the tremors in Misty Mountain, Yu Xian, Feng Mulan, Shui Shujun, and Shui Xuan immediately rushed to the depths of the Snow Palace Mountains. They saw Yi Qinfeng and Yulanqin fiercely fighting. All right, third senior sister, the sect master, and the others are here. Let's stop. Relying on his absolute strength to resolve Yulanqin's ferocious attacks, Yi Qinfeng cheerfully said, All right. Yulanqin nodded and stopped her attacks. She and Yi Qinfeng floated in front of Yu Xian and the others. Chengfeng greets Sect Master Yu, Elder Feng, Patriarch Shui, Senior Sister Shui, although Yi Qinfeng's strength far surpassed Yu Xian and the others. He was still very respectful towards Yuxian. He respectfully bowed. Qingfeng, you are Qingfeng. Yuxian and the others raised their eyebrows in shock. I was afraid of bringing bad influence to the Misty Heaven sect, so I came back with Matzi in disguise, Yi Qinfeng softly explained. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yu Xian excitedly said, Qingfeng, let's go to Misty Hall to talk. Yu Xian and the others immediately invited Yi, Qinfeng, and Xia Wendy into Misty Hall. They also ordered people to seal off Misty Hall in order to prevent news of Yi Qinfeng's return from leaking out. Love, go, little, say, net, Chu Qingfeng. Thank you for everything you've done for my Misty Heaven sect. Without you, there wouldn't be the Misty Heaven sect today. Yu Xian emotionally said. Sect master is too polite. This is what I should do. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and said, Oh, right, sect master. I also have a gift for you. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng took out 3 cosmos rings and handed them to Yu Xian. This is when Yu Xian released his soul power into the 3 spatial rings. His eyes widened and he was stunned. I looted the eternal heavenly palace's treasure vault. However, most of the resources are useless to me, so I'll give them to Sect Master Yu. With these resources, Ethereal Heaven Sect will have a chance to become the #1 sect in the Nihility region, Yi Qinfeng said slowly. Qingfeng, we really don't know how to repay the kindness you've shown the Misty Heaven Sect. Yu Xian and the others said emotionally. There's no need for that. Perhaps in the near future, I really hope that the Misty Heaven Sect can help me. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. All right, no matter what, my Misty Heaven Sect will support you. Yu Xian patted his chest and promised. The news of Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's secret return had been sealed by Yu Xian. Because the Heaven Realm was in troubled times, Yi Qinfeng didn't leave. He stayed in the Misty Heaven Sect and focused on comprehending the void Dao steals. He continued to increase his battle strength. Love, go, little, say, Netchu while Yi Qinfeng was hiding in the Misty Heaven Sect. Experts from the Heaven Imperial Clan and Heaven Clan appeared in the Nihility region. They searched everywhere for Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts, wanting to capture him alive. However, no one knew where Yi Qinfeng was. No matter how they searched the Nihility region, they couldn't find Yi Qinfeng. However, the situation in the Nihility region and even the Heaven Realm became more and more tense. Many sects directly sealed their doors. Time flew, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. 20 years in the outside world was 400 years in the 4th level of the universe realm. After cultivating for 400 years, Yi Qinfeng refined a large amount of precious heaven-piercing saint pills. However, he still couldn't take the final step to break through to the Tao God realm or the heavenly body realm. However, after several hundred years of comprehending the void Tao steals, Yi Qinfeng's comprehension of Tao intent had a qualitative breakthrough. The 5 Tao intents he cultivated had all transformed into saint-grade Tao diagrams, and his saint-grade sword soul had become pure. His battle prowess had increased by more than 10 times. He also perfected the everlasting chaos, increasing the power of this move. The chaos divine beasts, the golden clear dragon bloodlion, the space devourer insect, and the fire Qilin had all cultivated to the peak of mid-grade ancestral beast, which was equivalent to a 6-star demon lord expert. As for the fiend god torch dragon, the spiritual fish, Xiao Wendi, Ming Shifang blood skull, and the black rock emperor, their strength had also increased greatly. Amongst them, the fiend god torch dragon had broken through once more and become a 4-star Tao god. The spirit fish had broken through to become a 3-star Tao lord. Xia Wenyi had broken through to become a 6-star Tao lord. Ming Shifang had broken through to become a 1-star Tao lord. The Black Rock Emperor had broken through to become a 3-star Devil Lord. And even though the Blood Skull hadn't broken through, he was only a step away from becoming a 1-star Ghost God. Sensing that he wouldn't be able to break through the final step by relying on cultivation alone, Yi Qinfeng stopped cultivating and left the universe realm. He was prepared to ask Yu Xian for the coordinates of the demon region and head to the demon region. The reason why he wanted to go to the demon region was that as his strength increased, the chaos divine beast remembered everything. He knew who his enemy was and wanted to go to the demon region to seek revenge. Qingfeng, the situation in the Nihility region and the entire heaven region has been very tense for the past 20 years. The Divine Sky Clan and the Heavenly Imperial Clan have been searching for you like crazy. I advise you not to show yourself publicly to avoid any accidents, Yu Xian warned solemnly. Sect Master Yu, do you know the coordinates of the demon region? I want to go to the demon region. After all, the Divine Sky Clan and the Heavenly Imperial Clan were the overlords of the Void God Realm. Not only did they have ancestor-grade experts, but they also had the strongest Void God experts in the universe. Yi Qinfeng didn't want to have a direct conflict with them, so he wanted to take advantage of this time to go to the demon region. You want to go to the demon region? The demon region hasn't been peaceful for the past 100 years. I'm afraid it's dangerous to go there now. Yu Xian said solemnly. Why? Is there an internal strife in the demon region? Yi Qinfeng said with some surprise. Yes, the internal strife in the demon region has been going on for more than 100 years. There are rumors that the internal strife in the demon region is related to the demon clan in the Void God Realm. The dragon clan has sealed off the entire clan because of the internal strife. However, I don't know the real reason for the internal strife. Yu Xian nodded. Then isn't it troublesome to enter the demon region now? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Yes, it is indeed a little troublesome. Yu Xian said, I heard that the entrance to the demon region has been sealed long ago. It won't be easy to enter. Sect Master Yu, can you tell me the exact location of the demon region? I'll think of a way to go in myself. Yi Qinfeng said. All right, if you really want to go, then I'll tell you the exact location of the demon region. Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's secret, Yu Xian didn't persuade him and gave him the location of the demon region and a map of the heaven region. Thank you, Sect Master Yu. After knowing the location of the demon region, Yi Qinfeng chatted with Yu Xian privately for a while before leaving. About 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng said goodbye to Yu Xian, Shui Yixian, and the others one by one. He quietly left the Misty Heaven sect and controlled the sacred illusionary diagram to change his appearance. After using the wormhole again and again, he arrived outside the sealed demon region. Space Swallower, swallow the wormhole. Yi Qinfeng tried a few times, but he couldn't open the realm gate with brute force. He summoned the Space Swallower and let it bite open a wormhole. As the Space Swallower continued to evolve, its ability to swallow space became stronger and stronger. After its continuous efforts, it bit open a wormhole and brought Yi Qinfeng into the sealed demon region. Perfect Anti-Theft Chapter. Please use the search engine to search for the keywords. Read a better reading experience. Chapter 1717. Genius remembers. Love goes small in 1 second. Says, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Green Mountains, villages, people. Yi Qinfeng followed the Space Swallower and spent a lot of effort before finally passing through a long and narrow wormhole. He entered the sealed demon realm and landed in a mysterious little village. What a beautiful village! Yi Qinfeng glanced at the relatively large but sparsely populated village on the Green Mountain. Then he prepared to turn and leave. However, just as he was about to leave, the God-Eater brain, which was rapidly making deductions, sensed something unusual. This surprised him, and he cast his gaze into the depths of the village. He discovered a thick, ancient tree growing in the village. Although the ancient tree had already withered and died, the God-Eater brain's deductions told him that the ancient tree was not simple. This village has a secret. Yi Qinfeng hid in a floating cloud and came to the village. He realized that the village was a little strange. The withered ancient tree and the 8 jagged rocks seemed to have an invisible connection. making the whole village feel lifeless. Curious, Yi Qinfeng quietly landed outside the village. He stepped on the uneven yellow ground and walked into the village, wanting to explore the village. Who are you? What are you doing in my Qingshan village? Suddenly, a tender voice rang out in his ears. A young man in a gray robe, with messy hair and a pale face, who seemed to be in his teens, appeared before him and spoke with hostility. A demon! Although the teenager in front of him looked no different from a human, Yi Qinfeng could tell at a glance that he was different from him. The blood of the demon race flowed in his body, and his body was a little special. Yi Qinfeng sensed that his body was filled with a deathly aura that was constantly eating away at his vitality. I don't mean any harm. I just happened to pass by and want to stay here for the night. Can I? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said softly, There's no inn in the village. There's no place for you to stay. The teenager sized up Yi Qinfeng and said with hostility, All right, but I want to walk around the village. Can I? Yi Qinfeng did not mind the hostility in the teenager's voice and asked slowly, That's fine, but you have to leave before dark. After that, the teenager ignored Yi Qinfeng and turned to leave. After the teenager left, Yi Qinfeng continued to walk into the village. He realized that there were too few people in the village. Along the way, he only met 4 people. Soon, he came to the withered ancient tree that would require 10 people to wrap their arms around it. He gently touched the tree's lifeless bark that looked like dragon scales. Through the God-Eater brain, he could sense the situation of the ancient tree. Stop! Outsiders are not allowed to touch the sacred tree. Just as Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and silently sensed the divine tree, an angry woman's voice rang out in warning. Sorry, I don't know your rules. Yi Qinfeng retracted his right hand and turned around. He saw a woman with a medium build, slightly tanned skin, and a unique charm standing behind him. She had a grass bracelet on her wrist and was wearing a plain long dress. She was standing behind him and explained in a soft voice, Our Qingshan village does not welcome outsiders. Please leave. The woman in the long dress said emotionlessly, Why is that? Are they afraid that I'll be contaminated by the death qi? Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, Love, go, little Pse Nechu, who are you? Hearing Yi Qinfeng mention the death qi, the woman in the long dress asked coldly. The hostility on her face became stronger. Don't misunderstand. I'm just passing by. I'm interested in your village and want to stay here for a few days. Yi Qinfeng said softly, But I won't stay here for free. I can reduce the death qi in your body so that you won't be tortured by it anymore. Really? The eyes of the woman in the long dress lit up. Her cold face revealed traces of emotion. Every time she was tortured by the death qi, she would be in so much pain that she wanted to die. That kind of pain became her nightmare. Every time she thought about it, her scalp would go numb. Moreover, she had a younger brother. Every time she saw her younger brother in pain and helplessness, she hated herself for being useless. If Yi Qinfeng could reduce the death qi in her and her younger brother so that they wouldn't be tortured by the death qi, she was willing to pay any price. Give me your hand. I'll help you reduce the death qi in your body first. Then you'll know whether I'm lying to you or not. Yi Qinfeng looked at the woman's doubtful face and said softly, Okay. The woman hesitated for a moment, but still handed her slender right hand to Yi Qinfeng. Grabbing the woman's slightly rough right hand, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the death spirit pearl to devour the death qi in her body. He then guided the life spirit pearl to pour down the life spirit pearl into her body to repair her body that was damaged by the death qi. When the life spirit pearl entered her body, the woman felt an indescribable sense of comfort. All the pores on her body opened up. Sensing that the death qi in her body was being reduced, the woman completely believed Yi Qinfeng's words. Her eyes constantly changed as she looked at him. Now you believe me, right? Seeing that the hostility on the woman's face was decreasing, Yi Qinfeng gently let go of her right hand. You really just happened to pass by here? The woman stared at Yi Qinfeng and asked doubtfully. And I really just happened to pass by. Also, I'm really interested in your village. Yi Qinfeng nodded. The woman saw that Yi Qinfeng's eyes were very clear and believed his words. She softly said, It's getting dark. You should come to my house. I hope you can help reduce the death qi in my younger brother's body so that he won't be tortured by the death qi anymore. No problem. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng followed behind the woman and arrived at the eastern part of the village. It was a 2-story bamboo building built with a large amount of bamboo. Why are you here? What are you doing in my house? The young man that Yi Qinfeng met at the entrance of the village scolded loudly when he saw that Yi Qinfeng had come to his house. Ziffin, I invited him here. The woman explained softly. Sister, have you been fooled by him? I don't think he's a good person. Qiu Ziffin grabbed his weapon and looked at Yi Qinfeng vigilantly. Ziffin, he's not a liar. He can remove the death qi in our bodies. Qiu Ling shook her head and said, Well, put down your weapon and bring the food. Let's eat. But sister, no buts. Go and bring the food. Qiu Ling said in a commanding tone. Okay. Qiu Ziffin looked at Yi Qinfeng again and went to bring the food obediently. Qingshan village relied on the mountains to survive. The living conditions were simple. Most of the food was delicious and very bland. However, Yi Qinfeng had a special taste in his mouth, and it was very delicious. During the meal, Yi Qinfeng chatted with Qiu Ling and Qiu Ziffin casually. He learned about Qingshan village from the side door and knew that this village had a long history. However, because of the death qi, the people in Qingshan village did not live long. Therefore, no one knew the history of Qingshan village, let alone what kind of monster bloodline they inherited. Why don't you leave here? Why do you have to be corroded by the death qi? Yi Qinfeng asked in confusion. The death qi in our bodies is not caused by external forces. It is produced when we are born. As we grow older, the death qi will become stronger and stronger. Qiu Ling explained while eating rice. Born with it. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and murmured in his heart. What secrets are hidden in this small village and the villagers? Why do they have the death qi in their bodies when they are born? Just as Yi Qinfeng was thinking, Qiu Ziffin's whole body suddenly trembled. A large amount of death qi rushed to his young and tender face. Unknowingly, the death qi in his body acted up. He was in so much pain that he was rolling on the ground. P.S. Today I will post the heavenly picture of God. If you want to see it, please add me on WeChat. Chapter 1718. Brother. Qiu Ling's expression changed at the sight of Qiu Ziffin, who was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. She immediately ran over and hugged him tightly in her arms, casting a pleading look at Yi Qinfeng. Leave him to me, I'll relieve his pain. Yi Qinfeng put down his bowl and chopsticks, then came to the side of Qiu Ziffin and his sister. He quickly grabbed Qiu Ziffin's wrist and controlled the dead spirit orb to devour the surging death energy in his body, alleviating his pain. Under the crazy devouring of the dead spirit orb, Qiu Ziffin's skin, which had been penetrated by the dead spirit orb, gradually returned to normal, and the pain in his body became weaker and weaker. With the influx of the life force, the pain in Qiu Ziffin's body completely disappeared, and he who was weak passed out. Thank you, thank you. Feeling that the dead spirit orb in Qiu Ziffin's body had disappeared, Qiu Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. If you trust me, I'll check his body and see if I can eradicate the dead spirit orb in his body. Yi Qinfeng released Qiu Ziffin's wrist and said slowly, Okay, then I'll leave it to you. With that, the excited Qiu Ling carried Qiu Ziffin to a rather simple wooden bed made of dead wood. She put him on the bed and let Yi Qinfeng examine him. Dead spirit orb, devour! The dead spirit orb was a sacred treasure of the heavens, containing infinite potential. As Yi Qinfeng's strength increased, so did the power of the dead spirit orb. Yi Qinfeng took off Qiu Zifen's clothes, cut open his chest with his finger, and injected the dead spirit orb into his weak body, madly devouring the dead spirit orb in his body. At dawn, Yi Qinfeng felt that the dead spirit orb had completely devoured the dead spirit orb in Qiu Zifen's body. With a thought, he withdrew the dead spirit orb and used the life orb to heal the wound on his chest. He went to Qiu Ling, who was waiting for him, and said, "The dead spirit orb in your brother's body should have been completely removed. Now I'll help you do that." "Okay." Qiu Ling nodded and led Yi Qinfeng to her simple room. "I need to cut the skin on your back to remove the death qi. But don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." Yi Qinfeng asked Qiu Ling to sit with her back facing him. "Yes, I believe you." A blush appeared on Qiu Ling's face. She nodded and allowed Yi Qinfeng to tear open her clothes, revealing her smooth back. Then, she felt a sharp force cut the skin on her back, and a bead entered her body. "Devour!" Yi Qinfeng injected the undead spirit pearl into Qiu Ling's body. He immediately controlled the undead spirit pearl to devour Qiu Ling's death qi. It took him 8 hours to devour the death qi in Qiu Ling's body and resolve the crisis in her body. "All right, the death qi in your body has been devoured." Yi Qinfeng took back the dead spirit bead and said, "From now on, you and your sister won't be tortured by the death energy anymore." "Thank you, young master. I wonder if you can help other people in Qingshan village get rid of the death qi in their bodies?" Qiu Ling quickly tidied up her clothes and said in a pleading tone, "Because we have been eroded by the death qi all year round, the residents of Qingshan village are getting fewer and fewer." "Yes," Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "I'll help them get rid of the death qi after I have a rest." "Thank you, young master." Qiu Ling said gratefully, "If young master doesn't mind, you can rest in my room." After Qiu Ling left, Yi Qinfeng adjusted his breath, and the god-eating brain started to deduce quickly. A strong soul power radiated out and shrouded the large Qingshan village, which was built in the mountains, to explore the secrets of the village. Well, something's wrong. Yi Qinfeng controlled the god-eating brain to sense for more than 6 hours. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and showed a trace of surprise. He quickly went to Qiu Zifen's room and saw that he had just woken up. "Brother, I misunderstood you. Thank you for saving me." Knowing that Yi Qinfeng had helped them get rid of the death qi in their bodies, Qiu Zifen was grateful and said apologetically, "Give me your hand." Yi Qinfeng came to the bedside and grabbed Qiu Zifen's hand. He released a strong soul power to check his body. How could this be? While checking Qiu Zifen's body, Yi Qinfeng frowned tightly. He was surprised to find that the death qi in Qiu Zifen's body that had been devoured by the dead spirit pearl had reappeared and was slowly strengthening. "Young master, what's wrong with my brother's body?" Looking at Yi Qinfeng's serious face, Qiu Ling could not help but feel nervous. "Give me your hand too." Yi Qinfeng grabbed Qiu Ling's hand and checked her body. He found that the death qi in her body that should have been removed had also reappeared. Curse! This is the power of the curse. Under Yi Qinfeng's control of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng vaguely felt the power of the curse in the depths of their lives. "Do you know about the curse in your body?" Yi Qinfeng let go of the two siblings' hands and pondered for a moment before asking. "Curse? What curse?" Qiu Ling asked. "Yesterday, I had devoured all the death qi in your body. But today, I found that the death qi in your body has recovered. Just now, after my examination, I vaguely felt the power of the curse in your body." Yi Qinfeng did not hide anything and said, "Slowly, think about it. Since you were born, have you encountered anything special? Or did your ancestors have any rumors about the curse?" "No." Qiu Ling and her brother looked at each other and shook their heads. "Qingshan village is remote and we don't have much contact with people. We have never heard of the curse. Can you find me 1 or 2 people? I want to see if their bodies are the same as yours." Yi Qinfeng thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll find them right away." Qiu Zifan immediately got out of bed, put on the cloth shoes with holes, and ran out to find people. Soon, Qiu Zifan came to his room with 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, who were about the same age as him. Their skin was sallow as if they had been ill for a long time. They asked Yi Qinfeng to remove the death qi in their bodies and check their bodies. Their physical conditions were the same as Qiu Zifan's. Several hours after the death qi in their bodies had been devoured by the dead spirit pearl, the death qi in their bodies had reappeared. This made Yi Qinfeng almost certain that the curse in their bodies originated from the bloodline inheritance. What secrets are hidden in this small mountain village? How could there be a bloodline curse? Yi Qinfeng felt more and more that this small mountain village he had accidentally come to was not simple. There must be a great secret hidden in it, which made him more and more interested. He planned to stay here for a while and try to solve the mystery here to see if he could gain something big. Qiuling, now I'm basically sure that the death qi in your bodies originated from the bloodline inheritance, and I haven't found a way to completely eradicate it. But if you trust me, I'll stay here for a while and see if I can find a way to solve it. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, "Then we'll leave everything to you, young master." Qiuling and her brother bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng and said gratefully, "Don't thank me first." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure if I can completely eradicate it, and I need you and your brother to cooperate." "Okay, we're willing to cooperate," Qiuling and her brother said in unison. "Well, then I'll think of a way to solve the mystery of your bodies." Yi Qinfeng nodded and stayed in Qingshan village. He sensed the changes in the bodies of the siblings through the God-Eater brain and looked for the secret of the bloodline curse. Chapter 1719. Genius remembers. Love Goes Small in 1 second, says, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed. During this month, Yi Qinfeng lived with the Qiu siblings every day, sensing the changes in their bodies through the God-Eater brain. Although the qi of death in their bodies did not act up during this month, Yi Qinfeng could clearly feel the growth of the qi of death in their bodies. After sensing for a month with the God-Eater brain and not finding any valuable clues, Yi Qinfeng began to wander around Qingshan village, carefully studying the withered ancient tree and the 8 jagged rocks in the village. Something's not right. There's something wrong with this ancient tree. Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged under the withered ancient tree for 10 days and 10 nights. Through the God-Eater brain, he could not find anything wrong with it. Suddenly, one day, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it began to rain heavily. The God-Eater brain, which was very good at deduction, vaguely sensed that the ancient tree was slowly absorbing the moisture in the air. If the ancient tree had already withered, it would not have absorbed the moisture. Since it was actively absorbing the moisture, it meant that it was not withered. Have I been bewitched? Is this ancient tree not a dead tree? Thinking of this, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and let it devour the ancient tree to determine whether it was dead or alive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine tree of chaos floated in the air and continued to expand. The swaying 5-colored tree crown reflected the chaotic light of the 5 elements, dispersing the dark clouds and rendering the entire sky colorful. Sharp 5-colored roots extended out and attacked the withered ancient tree like sharp swords. As the chaos divine wood grew, its 5-colored roots could even penetrate a low-grade, transcendent, sacred weapon. However, when they stabbed the ancient tree, they could not break through its tough bark. This surprised Yi Qinfeng. Demon Sealing Sword, break! With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Demon Sealing Sword and slashed at the dead ancient tree with all his might. When the incomparably sharp Demon Sealing Sword stabbed into the withered ancient tree, a powerful rebounding force formed at the tip of the Demon Sealing Sword. The rebounding force passed through the demon's sealing sword and into Yi Qinfeng's arm, causing his arm to feel slightly numb. What kind of tree is this? It's so hard. Yi Qinfeng raised his brows. He did not expect the tip of the demon's sealing sword to be incapable of cutting through the bark of the dead ancient tree. Mo Ling, wake up! The more Yi Qinfeng thought about it, the more he felt that the withered ancient tree before him was extraordinary. It had forcefully awakened the demon sealing sword's demon spirit. Why did you wake me up? A lazy voice rang out from the demon's sealing sword. Mo Ling, do you know the origin of this ancient tree? Yi Qinfeng asked. Let me see. The demon spirit reluctantly floated out of the demon's sealing sword and came under the seemingly withered ancient tree. He circled the ancient tree again and again. Could this be one of the 10 great ancient trees, the death ghost tree? Moreover, it's a fully grown death ghost tree. The demon spirit had lived for countless years and was very knowledgeable. Under his appraisal, he recognized the origin of this seemingly withered ancient tree and revealed a look of shock. Death ghost tree. You said it's the death ghost tree. Although Yi Qinfeng had never seen the death ghost tree before, he had heard of its famous name. The death ghost tree was one of the 10 great ancient trees in the universe. It contained a powerful force of death and was the nemesis of all living things. Wherever it grew, not even a blade of grass would grow, let alone any living things. Perhaps the death curse in the bodies of the villagers originated from this death ghost tree. Yi Qinfeng faintly discovered the truth of the death curse. However, on second thought, Yi Qinfeng found another problem. The death ghost tree destroyed all life. With it around, no life could exist. How did the villagers of Qingshan village survive? At the thought of this, Yi Qinfeng felt that this small village he had unintentionally passed by hid a big secret. Mo Ling, activate the strongest attack of the demon sealing sword. I want to break open the bark of this death ghost tree. The key to unlocking the secret of the small village was the death ghost tree in front of him. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and ignited his Han Meng bloodline. He fused the 3 great treasures and raised his strength to the limit. He used the Tao of equipment manipulation and attacked the death ghost tree. Wang. The demon sealing sword pierced the death ghost tree. The power of more than 300 ancestral patterns was completely activated and merged with the powerful Tao will. The terrifying sword power forcibly broke open the tough bark of the death ghost tree. Then the 5 colored roots of the chaos divine would flew over and broke through the severely damaged bark. They successfully pierced into the death ghost tree and frantically devoured the spirituality of the death ghost tree. Roar, roar, roar. After being devoured by the chaos divine wood, the death ghost tree that seemed to have died a long time ago came back to life. Chilling, ghostly cries resounded from the tree. A large amount of black death aura gushed out of the death ghost tree and attacked the chaos divine wood. Although the death ghost tree had already matured and contained unimaginable power, the chaos divine wood was the most powerful divine wood in the universe. It was difficult for the death ghost tree to destroy it. The chaos divine would swayed with the chaos 5 elements light and continuously weakened the attacks of the death ghost tree. It frantically devoured the spiritual energy of the death ghost tree. Chaos divine wood. Why is there a chaos divine wood here? The spiritual energy of the death ghost tree was continuously drained. A ferocious ghost face appeared from the death ghost tree. It spoke human language and roared furiously. Godless sword. A ghostly face appeared from the ghost tree of death. Yi Qinfeng continued to derive the powerful will of the great path. He pierced the ghostly face with his sword. The terrifying might of the sword kept destroying the ghostly face, trying to break it apart. Despicable human, go to hell! The ghost face was completely enraged by the attack. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Billowing ghost aura gushed out of its mouth like an endless river. It crushed Yi Qinfeng's attack and blasted him away. 2 sacred true spirit flames burn. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the surging aura in his body. He summoned the 2 sacred true spirit flames and burned the death ghost tree to weaken its power. Despicable human, I will destroy you. The ghost face suddenly flew out of the death ghost tree and turned into a black ghost shadow. It carried a shocking death aura and attacked Yi Qinfeng, trying to kill him. Retreat. That is the tree heart, spirit of the death ghost tree. It is not something you can handle. As the ghost shadow attacked, the demon spirit's voice immediately sounded in Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul and urged him to retreat. 100 restrictions of space. Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He mobilized the powerful power of space and formed 100 restrictions of space in front of him to resist the ghost shadow's attack. He quickly retreated. Ka. Under the attack of the ghost shadow, the 100 restrictions of space formed by Yi Qinfeng kept shattering. The terrifying death aura swept toward Yi Qinfeng, trying to annihilate him. However, Yi Qinfeng's movement was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated thousands of meters away and dodged the ghost shadow's attack. At this time, the villagers of Qingshan village heard the sound of fierce fighting. They rushed over to see what was going on. Don't come over. Leave this place, or you will all die. Seeing the villagers running over, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly and shouted at them. However, there were still a few people who took the risk and rushed into the ghost shadow's attack range, including Qiu Zifen. Despicable human, you have really angered me. I will kill everyone here. The ghost shadow let out a ferocious roar. The death aura surging in its body became stronger and stronger. In an instant, it shrouded Qiu Zifen and the others, threatening their lives. Perfect anti-theft chapter. Please use the search engine to search for the keyword, read, and have a better reading experience. Chapter 1720. Genius 1, second remember, love go/small? Say, providing you with a wonderful novel to read. Godless sword. Qiu Zifen and the others were in danger. Yi Qinfeng raised his attack power to the limit and stabbed his sword into the pitch-black death storm, cutting through the surging death energy in an attempt to save Qiu Zifen and the others. However, the tree heart spirit was too terrifying. Under the attack of the tree heart spirit, Yi Qinfeng's attack was greatly affected. He could not save Qiu Zifen and the others in time. Seeing that Qiu Zifen and the others were killed by the spirit in the heart of the tree, suddenly, pillars of light rose from the strange rocks in the 8 corners of Green Mountain Village and pierced into the sky, turning into a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, covering the sky and the sun. It looked up to the sky and cried, tearing apart the death storm and saving Qiu Zifen and the others. Immortal bird, I know where this place is. Looking at the giant bird condensed from the 8 strange rocks, an ancient memory appeared in Emo Ling's spirit ocean. Where is this place? Yi Qinfeng asked through telepathy. It's too dangerous here. Let's leave this place first. Emo Ling urged. Okay. Yi Qinfeng unleashed an astonishing attack and tore through the death storm. He quickly left the tree heart spirit and arrived at a relatively safe place. Young master, what happened to Qingshan village? How is my brother? At this time, Qiu Ling ran over and asked anxiously, Don't worry, your brother is fine. However, Qingshan village is hiding a big secret. The death curse in your body originates from this secret. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, Qiu Ling, if you trust me, take the villagers away from Qingshan village and hide in the mountains. I will do my best to break the death curse in your body. Okay, then I'll leave everything to you. Qiu Ling bit her lips and immediately told the villagers about the serious situation. She took them away from Qingshan village and hid in the mountains, observing the changes in Qingshan village from afar. Mo Ling, tell me everything you know. After Qiu Ling and the others left, Yi Qinfeng asked, "If I'm not mistaken, this might be the place where the undying bird was buried, and that death ghost tree was a treasure left behind by the golden-winged Peng King to destroy the undying bird." Mo Ling said, "Immortal bird? Golden-winged rock king?" Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and said, "Mo Ling, tell me in detail." In the ancient times, when the Void God Realm's demon clan was just born, there were 4 great demon ancestors. They were the Phoenix Demon Ancestor, the Divine Ape Demon Ancestor, the Golden Rock Demon Ancestor, and the Immortal Demon Ancestor. The Phoenix Demon Ancestor was the strongest, so he naturally became the Demon Emperor and led the demon clan. The Divine Ape Demon Ancestor will represent the Beast Clan and become the 2nd Demon Emperor. The last Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan will be between the Golden Rock Demon Clan and the Immortal Demon Ancestor. In order to fight for the position of Demon Emperor, the 2 great demon ancestors fought fiercely in the Void God Realm. Originally, everyone thought that the Immortal Demon Ancestor would become the 3rd Demon Emperor. However, for some reason, the Immortal Demon Ancestor suddenly lost his power and was chased by the Golden Rock Demon Clan. From then on, there was no more news about the Immortal Demon Ancestor. The Golden Rock Demon Ancestor became the 3rd Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Then, Mo Ling, are you so sure that this is the place where the Immortal Demon Ancestor is buried? Yi Qinfeng asked. Yes, I'm basically sure that my guess is not wrong. Mo Ling said, "The Death Ghost Tree is one of the 10 great ancient trees. It contains unimaginable power, and the undying bird's shadow can contend against it. The strength of the person who set this up is definitely very terrifying. Also, it's very strange that the Death Ghost Tree appeared here. Now, it seems that it should be the Golden Rock Demon Ancestor's backup plan to kill the Immortal Demon Ancestor. Only the Death Ghost Tree can kill the Immortal Demon Ancestor after so many years. Mo Ling, what kind of inheritance do you think the Immortal Demon Ancestor left behind?" Yi Qinfeng did not expect the secret hidden here to be so shocking. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Although the burial place of the Immortal Demon Ancestor definitely hid a great opportunity, he knew that it was too difficult to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Demon Ancestor. The slightest discomfort could cause him to lose his life inside. In the ancient times, the Immortal Demon Ancestor disappeared. Many people searched for him all over the world, wanting to obtain his immortal divine power. However, no one got it. If this is the burial place of the Immortal Demon Ancestor, then it's very likely that he left his immortal divine power here. Mo Ling said, "Immortal divine power? Could it be that you won't die if you learn it?" Yi Qinfeng asked with interest. "No, even gods will die. How can a mere divine power make one eternal?" Mo Ling said, "The greatest use of the immortal divine power is recovery. No matter how injured you are, even if you only have 1 breath left, using the immortal divine power will allow you to recover in an instant. This is also the biggest reason why the Immortal Demon Ancestor suppressed the Golden Rock Demon Ancestor. There's actually such a heaven-defying divine power in the universe." Yi Qinfeng could not help but gasp. Learning such a heaven-defying divine power was equivalent to having an extra life. It could definitely turn the tide at a critical moment. "Why are you moved?" Mo Ling said, "It's normal to be moved. Not to mention you. Even the virtual gods are moved by the divine power of the Immortal Demon Ancestor. However, the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. With your strength, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the undying bird, you must obtain its approval. Mo Ling, how do you think I can obtain its approval?" Although Yi Qinfeng was strong enough now, in front of an ancestor-level expert, he was still weak. "I think that Death Ghost Tree is the key." Mo Ling continued, If the immortal demon ancestor is really dead, it must be related to the death ghost tree. If you can destroy the death ghost tree to avenge him, you'll most likely obtain the approval of the immortal demon ancestor. If you destroy the death ghost tree and the immortal demon ancestor doesn't approve of you, then you'd better not have any ideas about the immortal demon ancestor. Otherwise, you'll definitely lose your life. All right, then let's wait for the Chaos Divine Wood to destroy the death ghost tree. Although a fully grown death ghost tree was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng believed that the Chaos Divine Wood was enough to kill it. He waited patiently. While waiting, the immortal bird's shadow and the heart tree's spirit fought fiercely to the climax. A terrifying force swept through the entire sky, shaking it and causing cracks to appear in the sky. However, Qingshan village was not affected by the suppression of the 8 craggy rocks. Only a few houses close to the death ghost tree collapsed. Chaos Divine Wood, I don't want to destroy you. Stop! The death ghost tree used all kinds of methods, but it was unable to destroy the Chaos Divine Wood. It was also unable to stop the 5-colored roots from devouring it. It felt that its spiritual power was continuously draining away, which made it furious. It roared continuously. However, the Chaos Divine Wood ignored it and continued to devour the death ghost tree. It nurtured the power of chaos and continued to grow and transform. Due to the intense battle between the immortal bird's shadow and the heart tree spirit, the Chaos Divine Wood, and the death ghost tree, the commotion caused was too great. It alerted many demon clan forces near Qingshan village, causing them to show themselves and rush over. In an instant, the peaceful Qingshan village became chaotic. A rarely seen great demon appeared in Qingshan village, and the situation became more complicated and tense. Perfect anti-theft chapter. Please use the search engine to search for the keyword, read, and have a better reading experience. Chapter 1721. Genius 1. Second, remember, love go/little? Say, providing you with an exciting novel to read. Roar, kid, tell me, what exactly happened here? A burly, muscular, golden-haired, 3-star demon emperor with a strong demonic aura exuding from his body noticed Yi Qinfeng, who was standing on a huge boulder at the edge of the village. He roared loudly. Yi Qinfeng turned a deaf ear to this big demon's roar. He stood on the boulder and continued to observe the situation in Qingshan village. After a few days of devouring, he felt that the Chaos Divine Wood was about to complete its transformation. Once the Chaos Divine Wood completed its transformation, it would be the death of the death ghost tree. Damn it, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. If you continue to pretend to be a mute, I'll tear you apart. The big demon was furious when he realized that Yi Qinfeng was ignoring him. He warned him fiercely. Are you talking to me? Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing into the big demon's eyes. The big demon felt as though his body was being pierced by thousands of light swords. His face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Get out of here before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll twist your head off. Yi Qinfeng warned coldly. He turned around again and waited patiently. Gulp. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's warning, the burly man couldn't help but gulp. He felt a tinge of fear in his heart and quickly left. However, although he left, he went to persuade other powerful demons to find trouble with Yi Qinfeng. Soon, more than 10 powerful big demons appeared around Yi Qinfeng and surrounded him. Kid, I heard that you know what happened in the village. If you don't want to die, you'd better tell me obediently. Otherwise, a tall and thin big demon dressed in leopard skin looked at Yi Qinfeng fiercely and warned him coldly. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sword radiance shot out from Yi Qinfeng's body and pierced his throat at a speed several times faster than light. Bang! His head was shattered by the sword light and turned into a bloody mist. His soul was also minced and dissipated into the world. Leopard. Seeing the leopard-skinned man die in a pool of blood, the dozen, or so great Yao, were completely enraged. They all burned their powerful bloodlines and transformed into their strongest combat forms. Together, they attacked Yi Qinfeng, wanting to capture him alive and force him to know what was going on inside. You are courting death. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's Qinkuan swords flew out of his body and formed a Qinkuan sword array above his head. After looting the Eternal Heaven Palace, Yi Qinfeng collected 500 supreme-grade, true Spirit Saint swords, which greatly improved the power of the Cosmos sword array. Under his control of the Cosmos sword formation, more than 10 great demons near him were all killed. Blood and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. Who? Yi Qinfeng opened his mouth and spat out the true Spirit Saint fire, which merged with the corpses of the great demons. He stood on the boulder and continued to wait. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's ruthless methods, the other great fiends that rushed over were completely intimidated. They did not dare to get close to Yi Qinfeng. Some even used their communication pearls to spread the news of what happened here. Love, go, little, say, net. Chew, kid. This is a little out of character for you. You didn't kill them, but allowed them to spread the news. Mo Ling asked in surprise. The undying inheritance is very important to me. If the undying bird doesn't acknowledge me, I have to use other means. Yi Qinfeng replied indifferently. You want to use the great Yao clan to obtain the undying bird's inheritance and then snatch it from them? Mo Ling immediately understood Yi Qinfeng's intention. This is the worst backup plan. If I can't enter the undying bird's inheritance, I can only rely on external forces. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Kid, you are really insidious, but I like it. Mo Ling laughed sinisterly. Another 7 days passed. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. A golden eagle with a wingspan of over 100 meters appeared in the sky. It had a crown on its head, and its eyes were like lightning. Its claws were sharp enough to crush mountains. A 6-star great demon of the demon lord realm. Sensing the strength of the golden eagle, Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change. He continued to sense the changes in the chaos divine wood. The golden eagle king is here. That kid is dead for sure. Yeah, I don't know where this wild kid came from. He dared to kill the golden eagle king's subordinates. He must be tired of living. Seeing the huge golden eagle flying in the sky, many of the great demons hiding in the distance were pleasantly surprised. They looked at Yi Qinfeng coldly. What is that? The golden eagle king looked through the chaotic space and saw the intense battle between the undying bird, the heart tree, and the 2 chaos divine woods. Its round eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. However, the battle between the undying bird and the heart tree was too terrifying. It had some misgivings and quickly flew to the entrance of the village to find Yi Qinfeng. Human race? The golden eagle king transformed into its human form and looked at Yi Qinfeng from afar. When it found that there wasn't a trace of demon aura on him, the killing intent in its eyes intensified. You have guts. You actually dared to infiltrate my demon race and kill my great demon. I think you must be tired of living. However, this demon king can give you a chance to live. Tell me, what exactly happened inside? A 6-star great demon of the demon lord realm. Is there no one else in your demon race? Although a 6-star great demon was already an almighty in the demon region, it wasn't enough in Yi Qinfeng's eyes. He coldly looked at the approaching golden eagle king and spoke with disdain. Courting death. Yi Qinfeng's disdain completely enraged the golden eagle king. It let out a furious roar and summoned a supreme-grade, true spirit saint artifact, rank long spear. It turned into a golden light and pierced towards Yi Qinfeng with frightening might. You want to hurt me with just a supreme-grade, true spirit saint artifact? After cultivating his battle physique to the perfection realm, Yi Qinfeng's physical body was comparable to a half-transcending heaven saint artifact. A supreme grade, true spirit, saint artifact couldn't hurt him at all. He took a step forward and instantly appeared on the ground. He waved his fist and welcomed the Golden Eagle King's golden spear. Wang. When Yi Qinfeng's fist made contact with the incomparably sharp golden spear, a few billion gene of strength exploded. The terrifying strength directly bent the spear in the Golden Eagle King's hand, causing his arm to tremble and his skin to split open. What? The Golden Eagle King didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's strength to be so terrifying. His expression changed, and he decisively wanted to change his move. However, at this moment, a red light shot out from Yi Qinfeng's Sea of Soul. The Saint Sword Soul was like a red waterfall that fell from the sky and slashed towards the Golden Eagle King's head. Saint Sword Soul. Seeing the Saint Sword Soul slashing down from the sky, the Golden Eagle King's 3 souls were scared out of his wits. He used all his strength to defend himself with his supreme grade, true spirit Saint Spear. However, the Saint Sword Soul's power was too terrifying. The supreme grade, true spirit Saint Spear couldn't withstand it at all. It was split apart by the Saint Sword Soul and continued to slash towards the Golden Eagle King. No. The Golden Eagle King let out a cry of despair as his entire body was split apart by the Saint Sword Soul. He turned into a cloud of blood mist and died on the spot. When Yi Qinfeng summoned the Saint Sword Soul and killed the Golden Eagle King, the primal chaos divine would finally completed its transformation. The heart of the tree was completed and the entire tree became 5-colored. Its power also surpassed the transcending Heaven Saint artifact and had the power of an ancestral artifact. Perfect Anti-Theft Chapter. Please use the search engine to search for a better reading experience.